And you know, you think you're all ready. Your mic is muted. Hello, who's ready for Christmas ephemera making? So we're going to make Christmas Masterboards, Christmas ephemera for junk journals tonight. That is what Craft With Me is about tonight. So I'm hoping to make some more ephemera, at least get, bases done or whatever until I know what journal I'm putting them in, and then we can decorate them with just, the focal point at the end. We should be able to fully decorate some, and then we'll have hopefully quite a few masterboards by the end of tonight so that we can cut them up and use them for ephemera bases. So I'm going to be using the fast method for making masterboards. If you haven't seen the fast method, I will show you it in just a few minutes. Most of you guys have. And then we will be doing masterboards for quite a while. We'll let them dry for just a little bit, and I will start cutting them. And then we will begin decorating with just kind of some random things. Like I want to decorate some with the Victorian ladies from the French fashion magazines. I want to decorate with some German scrap on some. I also am doing 2 different styles of masterboards because I have 2 different styles of journals in the work. So one will be more elegant, one will be more Tim Holtz and kind of fun and whimsical. So 2 different kind of styles, multiple different patterns of paper used. I'm using Italian Florentine paper and other like book pages, French ledger, rag paper pages, I don't know, handwritten pages. There's a whole pile of stuff that I pulled over here. So we're going to get to it. The first thing that you need is to gather all of your supplies. So you need something to collage all of your scraps onto. Usually I use a piece of 12 by 12 coffee dyed cardstock because it cuts up into the perfect amount of ephemera. And also it's already coffee dyed on the backside. If you want to use things that you're recycling, you could recycle like junk mail flyers or those thicker postcards that are like full size. You could use those. You could piece together smaller pieces and collage on top of it. I will say if you do piece together pieces, usually you can feel that seam or your tag will bend. So be careful piecing together things for your base. If you have a thicker weight, like magazine page, or you want to collage in a magazine or a book, just make sure that you're aware that you're going to have to collage the front and the back. Some of you guys prefer to do it that way. It's just a different look, so you guys could do that, but you need some kind of sturdy base to glue all of your pieces down on. For collage glue, I'm just using Oohoo glue stick tonight. And then, like I said, for the collaging, Italian Florentine paper, rag paper book page, music paper, ledger paper, handwritten paper, some few other things I have, some printed papers that were scraps or leftover from last year or whatever. And then after we make our master boards using the fast method, which the fast method is kind of different. Most people do it different than me, but the fast method will let some dry for just a little bit. By the time we get done making a couple, 2 or 3, the first one should be ready to cut. When we do it the fast method, it's about 15 minutes or so to have a completed masterboard, maybe less. Dictionary, absolutely. Any type of book page will work, anything. So that's what we're doing. If you want to do something different, by all means, go ahead and craft along with whatever project you're working on. Uh-oh, making a birthday card. Well, that's fun too. You guys craft whatever it is that you guys are crafting. And I'm just going to get a jump start on all this Christmas ephemera, build up my stash a little bit. My glasses are bothering my face. Build up my stash a little bit so that when we finally get the journals like done, which should be pretty quick here in the next week or 2, we can just go ahead and glue in our pockets and start stuffing them. So that's the plan. Oohoo glue stick. It is this glue stick. It's backwards. No, it's not backwards. It's this glue stick. I can show you up close in the other camera too. But yeah, I brought a bunch of those in because usually when you use masterboards, you're gluing the whole entire thing. Art glitter glue you can use. It does make your masterboard thicker. And so when you're using art glitter, most people, when they use it on a masterboard, they glue around the edge of their pieces, their collage pieces, but they don't put glue in the center. You'll be able to feel the difference, specifically if you're writing on it or when you glue on your focal point. I think it's best to use the Uhu glue stick. I have not had a problem with the Uhu ever coming undone. It's stuck permanently for me. The problem that a lot of people have when they use glue stick is they don't use enough glue stick. You need to be very, very generous. I understand Uhu glue stick is kind of the top tier, most expensive glue stick I've seen available in the US. But it by far sticks better than any other glue stick. It sticks better than Scotch Create Permanent. It sticks better than any other glue stick I've ever had. So it is, the glue stick dries pretty quick. You'll see that I'm going to cut one up right after we do it, basically. So that's what we're doing. You got to use what you have. However, if you're doing a masterboard, the Elmer's is probably going to have your pieces pull back up and fall off after it dries. You can try it, but I'm just cautioning you. The other kind of glue sticks are not equal to Uhu glue stick. If you want to use art glitter, go ahead and use art glitter if that's what you're used to using. If you've never made a masterboard before, I would maybe try, if all you had was Elmer's, try it with it, but just understand that after you cut it up and it dries, and it might not be immediate, it might be next week when it's fully dry. When you flex that tag to get it into a pocket, or if you're selling your journal, somebody pulls out a journal card and flexes it or writes on it, those pieces of paper do come back off with Elmer's. Yeah, they will come off. So you'll have to use whatever strong glue that you have. Some people use Tim Holtz Collage Medium. Collage, I think he calls it Collage Medium. That is also a very, very good permanent stick. That's perfect. It's collage. It's for collage. So, that should work great. I have not done that with the Masterboard just because I'm happy with Uhu, but we probably should. Matte Medium, that could work too, as long as it stays permanent, yes. So you guys play around with glues. If you need Uhu glue stick, it is available on Amazon. If you do not have Amazon, some of you guys have said you found it at maybe Joann's or something like that. I haven't looked there because I just get mine from Amazon in the cases, but you guys can type in if you're looking for it. Someone else who has found it out there in about shopping might be able to help you. I'm still trying to get an Amazon favorites page. It's something so simple. I just don't ever remember to do it except for right here when I'm talking to you guys. But it should be okay to use the collage medium, or not collage medium, art glitter glue, as long as you're very generous with that as well. So I would go all around the edge, but I would be kind of conscious about like how close to the edge, because you're going to have some you're going to have to wipe up every time you stick a piece down. And then maybe put a little thin, drizzle down through the center of the piece of paper, especially if it's a bigger piece of paper. If you have spray glue, there's an Elmer's spray glue that is permanent that I used for that napkin project. You could take your cardstock outside, spray it, or in the garage, spray it with that permanent glue, let it set for a minute, pick it up, bring it in, and then you're going to want to get to collaging right away if you're going to use that method. That's also a permanent stick method. The problem with that is anytime you overlap pieces, you need to put glue under the overlap, and you'll see me do it with a glue stick as well. Anytime you overlap a piece of paper, so say you glue this piece of paper down perfectly. If this one overhangs just a little bit and goes over the top of that first piece that you glued down, you have to put glue back underneath here. So if this was your first piece and this one goes here, you just take your glue and put it down right here and then stick your piece on. Does that make sense? You have to make sure you get all the edges. You have spray? That should work. Just make sure you're spraying it safely somewhere. I think it stinks like, I don't know, spray paint, I guess. Which makes sense, but I don't like the smell of it. I will try that. I didn't think about it until just a little bit ago, and I was like, that would have been easier for a different project I did right before I turned the camera on. However, we're using Uhu tonight. That's what I'm using. Okay, I'm going to flip the camera down. We're going to get started. We're going to get started. And then I'll turn the screen around too so I can watch your comments and chat with you guys. Okay, there's my ugly desk mat. And I'm going to bump into the microphone a little bit. There we go. All right, so I pulled all my supplies, and hopefully you guys have Christmas papers, Florentine papers. That is going to be kind of like a lot of mine, just because I know we're doing that kind of a journal, or I'm doing that kind of a journal for the journal kit in December. The other things I grabbed are, if you have any type of like, this isn't a hymnal, but if you have any hymnal paper, because we're doing, or I'm doing Christmas pieces, hymnals are great at Christmas time. This isn't a hymnal, but I do like this one. It's a smaller size music book. The paper is fairly white, where I have some other music paper that is kind of tan in color. You want your papers to be different shades. You don't want everything to be exactly the same. But this one I like because it's a smaller book, so therefore the music is kind of tighter and closer together, as opposed to something like this, where the music is bigger and looser and whatever. It's just a different look, but I really prefer that one. I like that one a lot. So there's that. And then in addition to those, I have music in this color. So different shades, you might not be able to tell, but different shades of music paper. Okay. And if you get different shades, it's just visual interest without, having to work so hard. So all you really need for that is some music paper, whatever kind of music paper you're feeling like you want to use. I have a gigantic pile because I don't know how many Masterboards we're going to get you. But the first thing I pulled was music paper. The second thing I pulled was some dictionary. This is just regular dictionary paper. I prefer to use the ones with no images. So there's a dictionary. This is just one of those, like, I don't know, older dictionaries. It has some illustrations. So like I said, I'm trying to pull the pages with no illustrations. So that was next, some dictionary page. There's other dictionary in here too. This is handwriting. This is 1800s antique handwritten documents from Spain. I try to pull the ones that don't have any writing on the back or are already torn or whatever, to use those guys. So there's that. And then I have some ledger pages that are kind of scraps. So I will take a couple of those. Just whatever one I think I like the look of. There's some ledger. This is a different dictionary. This one I'm going to save and use for the other style of Masterboard. Right now I'm focusing on the Italian paper style of Masterboard, the fancier Masterboard. So this kind I'm saving off to the side for the next project. This is one of those pages. We can save that music with it. This is some very old rag paper music page. We could use it. I don't know that we need to at the moment, but we could. It's just a different option. These pages are very roughly torn out of one of those typing books. So you guys know the typing books that has the little examples, any type of modern book, not antique book, will work for you guys. If you have anything that looks like this, that'll work for you guys when we get to that project. Again, that's for the other style of Masterboard. Then I have rag paper book pages, and I have a ton of them. So I have little ones because I want some little writing sometimes. I have them in French and I have them in German. I have them in different colors. I have them in different styles. These are all rag paper. Most of this is French. Occasionally there's a German one or something. But all of this is rag paper. There's even some other kind of small music ones in here. Some French encyclopedia. So any type of rag paper will work. Rag book page. Any type of book page will work. This is out of my scrap bin. So there's Florentine papers in here I'm not going to use based on color. I'm only going to go with Christmas colors, Christmas paper today, because we're working on Christmas Masterboards. But what is in here is some scraps that we can go ahead and pull and use in this project. Like here's some different book page. Here's some ledger pieces, So I might not dig through this whole pile and separate it, but I just want to show you right now I'm not taking any of these colorful pieces. You do however you want to do. But the first masterboards I want to make are just Christmas colors and neutrals. So Christmas Florentine paper and neutrals. So I'm just going to pull a little bit of that out and then we'll move on. If I need more from here, I can pull it, but you know, this was from the Italian ladies' journals, and I think I am done with the paper part of that project. So I'm going to stop digging. I know I keep saying that, but I'm like, just a little bit more and I'll be done. But the more pieces that I can find for us that are already cut, the less you guys have to sit here and watch me cut my pages. So here's a whole big pile and all of that works. So raid your scrap bin. Hopefully you guys have been putting all of your scraps away somewhere and saving them. Here's a whole bunch more rag paper pages. So that's good. Got plenty in here. And now I can put this in my color and pattern scrap bin. Okay, the Florentine paper I pulled. I did not pull one of every single one because most of you guys didn't leave me one of every single one. But what I did pull is this green and gold snowflake. This is letterpress paper. Sorry, it's a very long sheet, so it's kind of falling. But it's green and cream color with gold snowflakes. And this is letterpress paper. You guys bought all but just a couple sheets of that one. Then I have the gold one with the flowers. And then I have the green one. The pretty green Florentine. I'm going to say hellos here in just a second. Then I have the red snowflake. And then I have the red poinsettia or setia, however you want to say it. And then after that one, I have a neutral colored one. All Florentine paper from Italy. This one has the fleur-de-lis in red. This one is black and cream and gold. This one is just those little crosses. It's not really religious. It's more about pattern. And then this is green and gold, but different. And then I've got some holly. So I pulled plenty for us to play with. And this red one, that was Joanne's favorite, I think, or something she needed anyway. And then, of course, I have what's left of a sheet of one of these. I've already been playing with this paper. So I have what's left of a sheet of this guy. And for those of you that want this one, I definitely have enough to share. So that's what's left in Florentine paper for me to play with. So the first thing we do is we cut up our paper into different sized pieces. If you're going to collage, so this is my base. If you're going to collage on a 12 by 12 piece of cardstock like I am, you need to pick out which side you like better. For me, it's coffee dyed, so it matters. If you're just using a white piece of 12 by 12 cardstock, you can use any color of cardstock because you're going to cover up both sides. I will caution you, though, that you can see the edge. So if you want to use a bright pink paper, you might see the bright pink edge of your cardstock. Now, it is possible to ink around that and kind of cover it up, but just be aware. You might see a little bit if it's like a neon color. Otherwise, I don't think it matters that much. So for me, because I've coffee dyed paper, I just need to pick out which side I like better. This one has kind of like a mark right here. So I'm going to collage on this side. And then whenever I cut up my collage masterboard, my back side will already be coffee dyed and ready to use. So I don't have to then put a collage, neutral paper for writing on the back side. I don't have to glue coffee dyed paper to the back side. That's the advantage of coffee dyeing some cardstock, just so you can collage right on top of it and be done. So this is the fast method. I will tell you more about that when we move to collaging. But for right now, I'm going to say my hellos and I'm going to cut up my pieces. Okay, who do we have joining us tonight? We have Kendall. Kendall was first in and she is still enjoying her birthday week. Happy birthday again, Kendall. And then Ria is here. Hello. Hello, Brenda. Hello, Carol. And Jenny. Hello. Masterboard therapy. That's right. Hello, Faith Ann. Hello, Carol. Hello, Susan. Hello, Shelly. Two Susans in the house. Hello, hello. And who else do we have? I think that's it, guys. Oh, Melanie. Hello, Melanie. Just got home. Still in North Carolina. Hello, hello. Okay, so while I'm doing this, if you guys have any questions about Masterboards, you don't have to make them the same as me. There are many different methods for making Masterboards. This one keeps rolling up and it's kind of driving me crazy, so I'm just trying to roll it the opposite direction and hope it stays. So for me, you know, you can tear them, you can tear your pieces. I just think you're going to glue a focal point on the Masterboard. You know, after you cut it up into tags and journal cards, you're going to glue a focal point, a tag, whatever on it anyway. So I don't really think the method of which kind of pieces, you know, how you get your pieces small matters as much as what you put on your Masterboard. So all of these pieces are just neutral pieces. I know that we didn't have a whole lot of ledger in there, so I'm just going to kind of line these up and cut them. And so for me, I want some big pieces, so I might leave some of these that size, and then I want some small pieces. And it's better if you look at what you're cutting and kind of decide, you know, how should I cut that? What's best? How it's going to show the pattern the best? So for this guy, since he's an antique, actual original document, I'm going to cut off this white section here. I like to cut off the open space for the most part. Occasionally I will leave it. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut off a little section here. And I'm actually going to save that part to use for another project. It's a little signature. So I'll save that to use for another project. And then for this one, the writing is kind of crooked, so I'm just going to square up the writing and cut it. You could use a paper trimmer if you want to cut a lot of sheets all at once. You could certainly use a paper trimmer. It just depends what you want to do with it. Let's leave that guy big. And then for these two, I think I have enough music. Yeah, I think I do. So let's just cut up this dictionary. And I'm going to go ahead and leave that header at the top for the time being. When I get to the Florentine paper, you'll see that I'm going to cut multiple pieces all at the same time. I'm just going to cut this one by itself here. And I left the header at the top. Dictionary is good, although I do prefer dictionary in a different language than English. When you use English book pages and English dictionary, you do need to be aware that you may be putting something that says a bad word in your collage masterboard that will be there forever and ever. So I like to use foreign language for that reason, because unless you happen to read whatever foreign language that is, you are not going to see a bad word, even if there happens to be a bad word on the page. So that's kind of a little trick too. Like, you need to be aware that English pages, and it's not just English, like other languages obviously had bad words too in their pages. I'm just saying most people using junk journals, whatever, they're less likely to speak a foreign language. It's just a little safer, you know? And so generally I want about eight pieces of the same pattern paper in this pile. And I'm going to make several masterboards out of this pile. I might have to come back to my large sheets and, you know, cut some more or tear some more, whatever you're doing. But for right now, I'm just going to make a nice big pile of the Florentine. You can see I'm not caring about whether I cut straight too much. I mean, straighter is definitely better, don't get me wrong. But just for the speed of things right now, I am just trying to cut. I can always recut something, shave off a little bit if, you know, something isn't quite the right size, whatever. If it's not straight, I can fix that. But for speed, we're just trying to move through it. Those letterpress papers are very thick, and so they are a little hard. to cut through if you want to cut multiple at the same time. So just be aware of that. And these pages were the original 20 by 28 inch size in the beginning. I have already cut them into a smaller, manageable size for the camera. How are you guys doing? Are you happy it's Friday? I am happy it's Friday. However, I am behind and I will now have to work all weekend long. So for me, it's not really Friday. I have had some issues with my car. And so until I can get those situated, it put me a couple of days behind because I spent an entire day trying to sort out what was wrong with the car. And then could not figure that out. Now have to take it to have it looked at somewhere. Called around trying to find a place. Apparently it's like a doctor's appointment where you now have to wait weeks and weeks to bring your car in. So it's just always something. I don't know why, it just always is something. So anyway, I've lost a couple of days, which now means I will be, for those of you that did the live sale with me on Tuesday, I will be a little bit later, not drastically. I'm just going to cut it. I will not be drastically later, but a couple days later. I hope to have everything out and shipped by Tuesday morning still. But invoicing will probably be Sunday, Monday, maybe Tuesday also. We'll have to just kind of wait and see how it goes. I do need a working car because my son has that bone marrow biopsy. So I got to figure that out. That's important that he gets that done, you know? So not that everything else isn't also important, but I really need a working car. It makes me very nervous to not have a working car because, you know, I'm alone, so I don't have another vehicle to drive. For this guy, how do I want to cut him? Do I want to just cut him? I think for this one I do, and I'll tell you why. Because there's a surprise underneath my mat. I made one ahead of time just with this because I wanted to get straight away and play with that one. So you'll notice that some of these papers have focal points on them. I don't care. I'm just cutting them. However they end up is however they end up. I'm not going to worry about whether or not I cut right through that, you know, whatever that is. It doesn't matter. If you have a focal point on your paper, it doesn't matter. Just cut right through it and go ahead and collage the same way you would anything else. So I think I have a good enough pile to get started. I have this much Florentine. And again, I'm making a lot of Masterboards. By the time I'm done Christmas crafting, I will have had to recut this pile over and over and over again because Masterboards are my primary base. They're not my only base, but they're my primary base. I also make, you know, rag paper page pockets and tags and things like that too. But I'm pretty much for Christmas, I don't know, heavily using Masterboards. So that's that pile. Then we have the neutral pile. For today, I'm just going to leave it in two piles. I'm not going to separate out music or separate out book page or ledger or anything like that. We're just going to leave that one like that. And then, okay, Kendall, thank you. Sorry, it took me so long to send those videos, and then I had to break up the videos into like 5 pieces. I don't know how many, but a lot of pieces. Is today's rag paper. I'm using rag paper book page, but you don't have to. It's going to be collaged down onto a masterboard, so you don't really have to use rag paper. If you don't have a lot of rag paper, you might save your rag paper and use that to put into signatures in your journal. But since I have a lot, I'm using it, and I like the texture that it gives visually to the masterboard. It does add a different look. So not everything I have here is rag paper, but 90% of it is. Like that modern dictionary in English was not rag paper, but hopefully when I hold it up to the camera, you might be able to see that the rag paper looks a little different. I'll try to show you that. So this one, I took a 12 by 12 coffee dyed piece of cardstock, same thing I'm using today, and I simply glued the whole entire piece of cardstock to part of a sheet of this Florentine paper. This is Italian Florentine paper. This is one that already has, you know, some focal points on the paper, but again, I'm going to cut it up and I am not going to care what is on it. If I cut Santa's head off or that reindeer's head off, I don't care. I mean, it's sad for them, but I'm going to use this just like a regular collage masterboard. This is the cheater method for making the fastest masterboard you can make. Is, you know how you buy like digitals on Etsy of, you know, printable pages? A lot of us do that anyway. Oftentimes you guys have collage pages that are part of people's kits. If you just take a collage page, like this is a collage page, it's just an Italian Florentine one. But if you just had one from any other digital creator that you bought in your stash, you can print out the collage page and just glue it to coffee dyed cardstock. And that's going to make the fastest masterboard because you didn't have to do all this collaging. It's already done and printed for you. So for this one, I just need to trim around the edges. This is the first one that we're going to play with. I just need to trim around the edges. I am going to get to gluing. I should glue first so it can dry. But I just want to show you this fast one. This is not the fast method. This is the cheater method. So you know how they have cheater quilt panels for making quilts where all of the quilting, the piecing is done for you. This is the same method. So you just glue your collage paper to a piece of cardstock, preferably a coffee dyed one, so you don't have to then add coffee dyed paper to the back of it. But use what you got. And then trim around the edge. So I left mine overhang on all four sides so that I could make sure that I got my 12 by 12 piece covered. And then you just trim around with your scissors, follow that cardstock, try not to cut into your cardstock. So I did that one just, you know, I don't know, an hour ago or something. So we will cut up this one and start playing with this one first. But for now, he's just going to stay under there. I just wanted to show you that's kind of where some of the other pattern of paper went. And we will get to working on making one here. Yep, you got to do what you got to do, Kendall. If that peacock loses his tail, then he loses his tail. So what page did I say? I said I was going to... Yeah, I'm still going to collage on this side. So the fast method, if you haven't seen me, which most of you have seen me do, is you work in quadrants. The first thing that you want to do, so instead of gluing on book page or something like that, I use parchment paper. I have been using this same piece of parchment paper for weeks. It's just easier for me. I don't like the way everything sticks to book page and you constantly have to switch out your book page. The glue book pages I would use aren't ones I would use for pocket bases or anything anyway. So for me, I use parchment paper. It's easier and I like it. This glue stick is almost out, but you work in quadrants. So you want to glue up. Now, if you're using art glitter glue will dry on you before you can do this. This is just for like glue stick people or some other method where you can leave your glue for a little bit. So you glue up and you heavily glue it and you don't want to leave any places where you didn't get glue. So for instance, you want to glue all of that little area, you know, when you run a glue stick over and it hits most, but it leaves those little bubbles that don't have any glue. You want to make sure that you really glue it edge to edge. Okay. That's why the parchment is there, so that I can run my glue stick over the edge and get in. Okay. So work in a quadrant. So I glued 1/4 of my paper. This glue is almost done. It's not very blue anymore, but I glued from here to here and here to here. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start working with my pieces of paper. For this one, I can go right here. And you just start gluing down. Now your glue is already on your paper, so you're not adding more glue to these pieces. You're just putting these pieces down however you want to put them. Because we're going to cut that other one up next, I'm going to work with this one. I'm going to go with this green guy. And so, like, right here, if I overlap this little music paper that I have here, I need to add more glue. You have to add glue underneath every little bit of it. You can overhang your pieces over the edge right there. That works too. And then you go back and cut them off later. But this is much faster then gluing each individual piece on a glue book page and then having to switch out your glue book page. And it's just such a headache and I don't want to do it. So we're not going to do it today. I think they look best when you don't line everything up even. So you'll notice that I offset these two pieces. I didn't line them up perfect. It's not like a puzzle. You're not trying to fill in. You're trying to fill in all the gaps, but you're not trying to line them up where they fit. The puzzle pieces fit perfectly together. You just are trying to cover the surface. So we need some rag paper book page. This is a nice size piece. The only problem is I don't want it right next to that music. So I adjust as I go. That's fine. So there's that. And I prefer if my music and ledger and writing and book page all go different directions. I really do not like it when they're all the same direction. So now I want some of this. Do I have a smaller piece? If I need a certain size piece, I will just cut it. And I really need a new glue stick. But I'm trying to make the end of this one work for me. Oh, see, there it is. And if you over glue, it doesn't matter with Uhu. Uhu dries clear. And it does not matter that there's glue everywhere else. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Just move on. This one I'm going to call done now. I may have been able to get a little more, but for the sake of fighting with it on camera, we just will move on. I know that make little spatulas that you can like scoop out what's left of your glue. You could definitely do that. Now, had I not been talking, I probably would have put this one down here. And it's letterpress and I can pull it back up. So I'm going to. The reason being is I don't really want Florentine next to Florentine, and I don't want, so I'm trying to make it where they're not two things that are the same next to each other. So then we have some spaces, and we can put music paper right here. That will work. So we'll overlap a little bit, and we'll go, this is a brand new stick, and we'll put some music paper right here. And you can see that I basically need to glue another quadrant. We still have a couple places over there. So I will finish that. But when we get to needing to glue over here, then we'll go ahead and do it. So then I've got these two spaces. I would prefer if we had a nice, this color rag paper right there. And this is torn. So I'm just going to trim this piece down to the size that I need. Make sure I'm over glued and still sticky, and stick that down. And that's perfect. Just need to position it where I want it. And then after that one, I would really like something different. Like, where's that handwriting? Here's the handwriting. That will work right there. Put a little glue or a lot. Whatever your glue stick wants to do to you. And then glue. Usually it's not that hard, but Uhu just, it is what it is. Okay, so we need to glue this side, and we need to work on this glue stick because it's a mess. So we're going to glue all the way over here. I'm probably going to glue up that white space there. And see, this glue you can see. You can definitely see I'm covering up every little bit of that cardstock. And I'm going to even glue a little more over here. Okay. Now we can work on this section. And so I'm going to stick to, on this one, I know this is two pieces. It is. I'm going to stick to these same colors and work with those for a little bit. Then I've got a little section here that can have that. Then this one can go right here. And all you want to do is make sure that your pieces are stuck. So a little pressure will work just fine. Then I need music paper again. It's kind of like a little formula. You figure out your little formula and you just go with it and you just repeat. I will caution you, if you like a lot of texture and a lot of pattern and all of that, then you do it. But it does get rather busy, especially when you have to consider that you're going to be adding a focal point on top. And so right here, I accidentally left a little tiny gap. That's not a problem. Just cut a piece and we'll overglue right there. We had this little square to fill in anyway, so it does not matter. And we'll overglue right there. If you end up making a masterboard and you don't like it in the end, I would say just add another layer over top of it. If you make it too busy, you can always add something later. Even after you cut it up, you can go back in and do your editing and add what you need to add. So for right here, I could put more Italian paper. But for me, I think I would like a nice strip of this writing. So I'm going to make sure I've got enough glue to hold this long strip down right here. And there we go. We're already most of the way done. And then we're going to glue this quadrant. And so this is the same process that I am going to be using all night to make masterboards. Now we won't be making masterboards all the time tonight. We will stop and decorate too periodically, but I do want to get a couple, maybe 3 of them made here, and I'll be faster when I don't have to explain because I've already explained once. Then we'll go on. Okay, so let's put a nice big piece of this. I love the way this is rag paper from France and it's in French dictionary. And I love the way the color of this paper is. I think it's fabulous. Now, if you have any of these crumbly little bits on the side of your paper, you probably want to cut them off just because they will be bumpy when you go to, glue on a focal point or write on it or whatever it is that you end up doing in the end. It will be bumpy. If it's bumpy now, it will be bumpy in the end. So you can see I stuck a very large piece there. You can go large, you can go small. The smaller you go, the busier your paper will look. And you may, at the end, when you go to put your focal point on, have to then glue some book page over so that your focal point is not lost in your masterboard. I like seeing where I glue too. That's why I use the blue one. They do make a clear one though if you don't want to see the blue. It doesn't matter. It always dries clear, but some people just don't like seeing it. On this side over here, let's see about using some other pattern. I have this very large piece of green. It's a lot though. Like that's a lot. That's a kind of busy green. I like it. I'm just saying it's a lot. So I'm going to stick it starting over here. And then let's put some of this gold. And I'm going to cover up some bits, but I don't care. It's fine. I'm going to cover up that ledger and that Florentine paper. And we're just going to stick this one right there. A little more on this side, a little more on that side, and we're good. Keep it up. Now we have some gold on there. We can do some of this poinsettia, however you want to say it. And I'm going to go over to this quadrant now. We're almost done. So now it's really just filling in those little leftover spaces. There's a little here and a little here. And then we're done. And we don't have to do it anymore. So we do the next one. So when you use the letterpress paper on your masterboard, it is so lovely and thick. It's not too thick. It's the perfect thickness. It's great. I have some ledger here. To get that ledger in there. The only problem is it's got a big white section, but I'm going to cut off. And I'm going to put that in here. I need to go back and work on the other side. Uhu does not dry too quickly for me. However, in the summertime, if you have a ceiling fan on and you're trying to do this, those kind of are factors you need to consider. Let's do some of this red. You know what? I like the poinsettia. I'm going to do the poinsettia. Maybe I'm not. I need a different size piece right here. Let's do this one. I keep changing my mind. I'm going to do this green one. We might end up with a whole lot of green. Don't care. It's all good. I re-glued that just because I felt like maybe it was going to be too dry. So just make sure you're cutting all the way over to the edge and that you're not leaving any gaps. Okay, and then right here. That's a lot. I'm going to do it. We're going to see how it's going to look in the end. I just love the Florentine paper. I can't stop using it. So happy to finally play with some though. Okay. I mean, of the Christmas ones, I've been waiting because I didn't want to play with it without you guys because I knew you guys wouldn't like it. So I put a little germ in there. See how much is hanging off? We're going to cut that off and save what we need to save. This is the last piece I have to fill in. So I'm sure that was like 15 minutes. I mean, once you have your pieces cut. If you find that a piece didn't get glue enough, go ahead and add it. If you want to use art glitter to add, that also works really well. I usually use art glitter to, if there's any pieces that are up after I've stuck it with Uhu, then I use art glitter. And it's only because at that point, if it hasn't stuck down once, I feel like art glitter is probably the best choice for that. I do need to cut some more rag paper. I see that I'm short on rag paper in my pile. Here's a piece, and that will work. And let's go ahead and overglue and make this whole section work. Perfect. This one is beautiful. Now, I'm going to go ahead and cut these bigger pieces off just so I can continue to use them. The little edge pieces I'm going to let dry for a minute. But this German one and this handwriting one, I'm going to trim off. And then we'll let that sit and let that dry. So that's what we have so far. It doesn't really look like much yet, but just wait. Let's put that one up there. Put these two back in my go pile. And I need some book page. Let's use some of the German. I love using this German at Christmas time. And then, of course, my favorite of those. Any old paper will do. It's a good project to use like torn pieces of paper that, you know, you might not use any other way, or single pages if you don't want to put them in a signature or something. This book is really large, and so I like taking pages out of it. So let's cut these up quick. For these ones, we can kind of just stack them together and cut them. I can try anyway. Stack them together and cut them. So I stacked them all up where I can see the smallest one up there on the top. And then the first thing I'm going to do is take some off. I don't care if I cut into the text. It's all right. And then I'm going to go ahead and take some off here. And then for this guy, I'll trim him here. Now you could keep all those little edges. Since this was rag paper, you could keep all the little edges and save them to stamp on. I don't do it with paper that isn't rag paper, but for rag paper, it's got such a good texture to it. I go ahead and save those if it's a sturdy paper. And then you can make your own little labels, or you know how you have stamp sets that have sayings in them or something like that, little phrases or a nice word. You can save those for that. So when there's a line on a page, I don't ever cut on the line. I cut just to the side of the line because you can save the line as a decorative element. So there's that one. Now this big guy, I didn't cut him. Ooh, he's very soft, very thin. Let's leave that. I like to leave the book page numbers. You don't have to cut all the white off, but I typically cut a lot of it. And then we're going to cut some big pieces here. So I won't cut on that line. I'll cut to the side of it. And now we're ready to go again. Now I have a million strips, so I'm not going to save those ones. You can't keep up? It's okay. We're going to be doing this for a while. If you have to go back and you have to make more pieces, that's okay. We're going to be doing this for a while. So we're not in a race. We're just doing what we're doing. So I'm going to start another one. Everyone's doing their own thing anyway. It's not really like everyone's, you know. I mean, some of you are crafting along probably, but usually on Craft With Me, everyone is doing their own projects. I guess I should ask, how many of you are attempting to make Christmas masterboards with Florentine paper with me? And are you excited to see the other style for the other journals that I've been keeping a secret? A poorly kept secret, but I've been keeping a secret about those other journals for next month. Ooh, this is a beautiful piece of ledger. Beautiful. I'm going to leave that. And because he is so large, I need more space. I need more space for him. These are the French ledgers with those headers across the top with all the little boxes for you to fill in with your info. That's beautiful. He needs to slide just a little bit. Okay, so we have ledger, we have book page. Now we're going to fill in with Florentine. And I'm going to put this one right here. And then I'm going to fill in with some green. You know, I'm going to use this little holly one right here. I don't really want to cover up any of that ledger, so I'm going to cheat it over to the side. And there's that. And I'm going to leave that strip for just a minute. I'm going to see what happens over in this area before I worry about filling it in. And I know we're going to be going over that edge right there. I promise you, this is the two fastest methods, the cheater method and the fast method. Those are the two fastest methods to making a masterboard. And honestly, they're the best looking in my opinion. I don't really enjoy the torn look. That's just my preference. I know a lot of people love it. And that's great. That's for them. But this one, this method, this is the one that I prefer. So now I've got this weird little section, and I'm going to go ahead and put that there, which means I'm going to lose a little of that white space. And we're going to go up a little bit and all the way over there. And I lost a little of my header, a lot of my header. I don't want to lose that much of my header. Yep. Picky. Picky on that one. Okay. We need red. What do we have for red? This one is beautiful. Ooh, that's going to be so pretty right there. I'm going to go over that edge and over that edge. Oop, there's going to be a little gap. We're going to go there anyway. Okay. And then I need some kind of music paper in this one. We don't have any yet, so I'm going to do music right across here. And I'm going to go all the way. Now, I could have saved a little tiny bit. You see what happened to my glue stick. I could have saved a little tiny bit of that Florentine. It's okay. You're not ever going to be perfect with it. There's that strip and a whole lot of glue. At some point, I will need to get a baby wipe and clean my hands. Okay, so now we need some handwriting or some other type of paper here. That works. It fits there. And so when you just cut all your pieces, you'll find the perfect size piece. You really don't have to go back and recut too terribly much. We have quite a bit of white space there. In the end, we'll see how that looks, but it's good now. Let's use this one. Where can I get this one? I have this area to fill. Let's figure that out. My favorite dictionary. This one. And so this one is cut a little crooked, and since this is going to show, I'm just going to clean it up. And I'm going to leave less of this tan color. And there we go. This glue is super soft and it has been chunking and fighting me. It's like, no, I don't want to make masterboards. No, I don't. That's what it says. All right. Now we have this and we need to glue. We need to glue all the way down here. And since I'm using parchment paper, nothing will stick to it. So even if you were to get glue and then put some paper right on top of it, it's not going to stick. It went from a kind of dry glue stick to a super wet glue stick. And now that it's wetter, these will take just a minute to dry. They don't have to be fully dry for me to cut them. I will just caution you, if you cut it at home and it is not fully dry, you may run the risk of having your masterboard pieces tear. So this is very similar to that. I do want this green in here and I don't want to go next to it. So we're just going to go down here. We're just going to worry about filling that in here in a minute. We've got this ledger. I've got some German rag paper. I'm going to put it, nope, there's German rag paper right there. Right here works. Let's glue over there and put it right here. If you have like a little squeegee tool, that would work too. I'm going to put this piece. I'm just going to go ahead and glue it all now because we just have a little bit left. And as I pick up pieces, I just want to be able to go with it and not have to pick them up twice. Okay. Hello, Jennifer. Thanks for joining. Thank you all for spending your Friday night with me. That's awesome. I love making masterboards. Yeah, I have this little piece. It needs a trim. It can go right there. I'll get some red in there, and that's a whole lot of Florentine, but I love Florentine, so we're good. You can see it didn't quite get it all the way down there. Okay, and then we have right here, we need this little red fleur-de-lis is just going to hang right off the edge, and I'm going to trim that, no problem. And then some regular book page. Some music would be good there. Let's do music. Will this one work? Yes, it will. So we did music there. Okay. We're just needing to fill in here. And you'll notice I've been playing it pretty safe with my patterns of Florentine paper and not overusing them because I don't want too busy of a masterboard this early in the game. So let's see. We need music on this side quite badly, in fact. So let me go ahead and stick this music right here. We need music right there again on that side. I've got a little piece. I'm going to go ahead and go this way and go right there. And then how about some handwriting? And we need some red over here. We just used it here. We'll be okay because we won't be able to see all of that anyway. I have the screen here though. See? Sometimes I don't see it in time. How about this one? If we cut this one straight, we can use it. Yep, right there. I just want to glue over that page right there. Okay, now we can come in with this piece of writing. So it's really only that last little section where I've got to fill in something over top of something else I loved. And if you're working out of your scrap bin, you don't, your pieces are already cut. And so you're just digging through your scrap bin as you go, pulling your pieces. We have some of this, but it's green right there. And we also have a lot of red. So in that case, we need some book page. That's beautiful. Let's do it. Although I'd rather have German. I'd rather have this German font. Yes, I would. Okay. So let's glue that corner that's going to get covered up. And I can see there's a little piece sticking up there. Let's just cover it. Perfect. Almost perfect. Now perfect. Okay, that's 2 down. Now, just like before, I'm going to cut off the big overhanging pieces just so I can keep using them. And I might as well just cut this whole section because it's here. Even though I really just wanted that music, I could save this little piece. Sometimes you just have little areas that you need to fill in. So there's that, and I'll go ahead and save this little piece. And then we'll set that one away to dry. So I have 2 that are very, very similar. We have these little bits. We could save it. We don't need it, but we could save it. And I'm just keeping my pieces separate as much as I can. It just helps me to go faster, I guess, to not have to sort through pattern and neutrals. Okay. So for this one, I want to do a little bit different. I'm still going to work on a Florentine paper. Like I said, we're making quite a number of them tonight. So still going to work on Florentine paper. I'm going to choose different patterns this time. How are you guys all doing out there? Let's see who said they were making masterboards with me. And just think, if we do this now, when we get those journals done, when we get the signature sewn in of the journal kit that we just did, you guys will already have pockets and tags and masterboards or journal cards. Oh my gosh. Okay. Quite a bit of conversation happened. Using my Angel's Dictionary, dying to do it. Awesome. I scrolled all the way up. Goatees, yes. Glue sticks. Ooh, awesome. Cutting up some Tim Holtz collage strips. Yes, I'm going to make one for Tim Holtz. We're going to do it. Sister's working in her Halloween journal. That's amazing. Awesome. Very jealous. I didn't finish mine. I got them almost done. Carol's not doing Florentine paper, but she's doing it. Awesome. No scrap bin just yet. We have to keep crafting so that we have scraps to play with in our scrap bin. So, oh, that's a pretty piece. Let's go there. So for this one, let's go more. And sometimes I just do. Just put it somewhere. It doesn't matter where. And then let's do this one. Right. Need a little more glue. If you have your ceiling fan on, it may dry out your glue stick, was what I was trying to say earlier. I don't know if I actually finished that thought, but it may dry out your glue stick. This one. I think this is 2. I wonder if I glued 2 down earlier. I don't know. That's the problem when you cut them together, is sometimes you stick 2 pieces down because they're stuck together, and it's fine because your one piece is still glued and stuck there, but it has the potential to, if you don't notice it before you put your focal point on, has the potential to cause problems. Okay, then I'm going to do this big piece of gold. So you can see I've got Florentine, Florentine, Florentine. It's okay because this one is so open and neutral, which is why I love it. And then I need some handwriting or something like that. There's a little bit of numbers here. Let's do that. It's torn on that side. And it doesn't really matter if you mix torn and cut, but I'm going to cut it straight. Okay, so that quadrant is full. Moving on to the next one. I don't know where we're at with time, but I bet you they're taking like 15 minutes. I don't know. I'm trying to go speedy. I would like us to have just a million of them to cut up. Now, after this one, I think I'm going to make one more, and then we're going to cut, and then we'll come back and we'll make the other style. The ones without the Florentine paper. For those of you who are not using Florentine paper, maybe you want to see what those look like. Okay. So I have this nice big piece of ledger. I'm going to do that ledger right here. And I overhung it because there isn't anything written on either side right here. Okay, then need a piece of this again. I'm going to overglue just because there's not really a lot there. So let's overglue that. I cannot get enough of this Christmas Florentine paper. All-time fave. Probably of any of the papers, if I'm being honest with you guys. Like, I would rather have that one than any other pattern. The Christmas collage one. I told you I ordered 96 more after the first 24. And it's because it's out of print. Like, they don't have any more. You cannot get it anymore. It's out of print. It's not even in the catalog at all as it was anyway. I just happened to get the last that they had sitting there. So that was amazing. I was super happy about that. Okay, do I want white in here? I think maybe I do. So you have to balance your colors of paper, like I was telling you. And I think we're going to go with it. See how some of them that I cut are those long skinny strips though? It's really helpful to have that. Okay, we have one section here, but I'm going to go ahead and glue this section. And I know I'm going to cover that little bit of paper up. So I'm going to glue this section, fill in my glue there. Now, obviously, I don't want all of my ephemera in my journal to be from a masterboard. So that's when I start using the book page, specifically the rag paper, to make pockets and tags and things like that. And then that other ephemera that I include in all of your kits, that's also very useful for making different looking ephemera because you don't want everything to be identical. That's too open and big there. Let's see. I still think it's too open and big and boring. Let's do some paper. What do we have? Maybe I could mix this piece in. It's kind of similar. Maybe I could do that one. Yes, let's do that one. So I'm going to cover up just a little bit there. Not quite enough. A little more. There we go. Now, I need to worry about this piece over here before it dries. And I think we just need rag paper there. So here's some of that dictionary. It's not quite long enough. Do I have a long piece? I have this long piece. And it's stained, and I'm going to do it. I love the stained part. That's good. Let's do it. And I'm trying not to cover up my poinsettias because I love them. Okay. Let's work in this corner. Let's start with some beautiful paper. Let's get some rag paper in here and cut off this edge. What are you guys doing this weekend? Anybody got plans? Are there any holiday things happening yet? I know probably not till after Thanksgiving, but I was at Costco yesterday and I did see that Costco finally has frozen turkeys, so that's good. I think I'm going to make the whole Thanksgiving from scratch this year. Last year I didn't, and I was really sad about it. It's like the first year in like 35 years that I didn't make the whole Thanksgiving dinner from scratch. And it's because I had just had surgery, and so I wasn't able to eat food anyway. And my daughter was doing the whole Thanksgiving for her boyfriend's family. And, you know, she invited me over and stuff, but because I had just had surgery and stuff, I just kind of felt like maybe I would be better off meeting people and being around people when I felt a little better, I guess. I don't know. So I didn't do it. Didn't go. Her dad went, and, you know, that's another reason why I didn't go. So there was that. She's so funny though. Anyway, so this year I'm going to make it, which is my preference anyway, because I really like our family's recipes, our family's food. You can see there's a big section there that didn't get glue under it. So I'm really happy to be cooking it from scratch this year. So I did get a frozen butterball turkey at Costco. Butterballs have been my favorite. I have had fresh turkeys and stuff, but honestly, I don't taste the difference in the fresh ones. So I think the Butterball is good. All right. I know we have handwriting. German, regular, music. What do we need? We need something there. Ooh, this perfect little strip of ledger. Perfect little strip. Now, which side though? Do we want this side or this side? We have handwriting, so we're going with this side. Okay. Now we just have really just a couple spots. I know I want this gold one, so I'm going to do it. I need some more red. I really can't fit that one there. This one. Ooh, this one fits right there. That was that little strip we cut off. Ooh, does it fit? So close to piecing that one in. A new hairdo, Kendall? Oh my gosh. You guys know the Bridesmaids movie? It's probably like my number 2 favorite movie of all time. That's the kind of humor that I like. Where it is just ridiculously stupid humor. But anyway, there's the scene in the movie where Melissa McCarthy? Is that her name? Is it McCarthy or Mc something? What is her name? You guys know who I'm talking about. Anyway, she goes over to the main girl's house, and she's like, I don't know, the main girl in the movie, the lead actress of the movie, is kind of like depressed or whatever because Lillian, her best friend, and her have had a fight. And so Melissa McCarthy goes over there to her house, and she's like talking to her and stuff. They get into some kind of little fight or something. I don't know. And she says, after they make up after their little fight, like a physical fight or whatever, she says, you got to wash your hair. You got to wash that hair. I really feel like Melissa McCarthy is going to show up at my house and be like, you got to wash that hair. I really need to have my hair washed. I'm going to get it done tomorrow, though, so I didn't wash it because what's the point until you go tomorrow anyway? So I just didn't do it. I need to find one piece of music that is big enough to fit right there. But needless to say, I don't know what day this is of this hair, but it's been a while. I usually can go like 3 or 4 days. So I do have a hair appointment. My lady that does my hair, she is only available occasionally because she got a different job. She's not only like doing hair now, so I have to like go when she says she's able, which is the only thing I'm doing tomorrow other than working on your guys' stuff. But this should only take like a couple hours and then I'll be back. But anyway, point is, tomorrow I can wash my hair before I go. I don't want Melissa McCarthy or whatever her name is showing up at my door saying, you gotta wash that hair. Anyway, we did that one. This one is kind of like every which paper. I don't know. It's different looking. I don't think we need to worry about cutting anything off of that one yet. Let me do one more and then we'll stop. It's just like I wash it before I go, but I didn't want to like wash it today and then have to wash it again tomorrow because it'll be too clean and it doesn't ever look good for me. I have curly hair, so you got to be careful like with that. If you wash it too much, it just makes it too like overly clean hair gets a little frizzy, I think. So anyway, I didn't want to wash it today and then wash it tomorrow, and I don't want to go there without having clean hair. So I got to wash it before I go there tomorrow. It usually is nice to have someone wash it, and she'll wash it for me whenever she's done, but I'm just saying. I don't want to go there with dirty hair, and I don't want to have too clean hair that's too frizzy. So there's that. I'm going to go ahead and start off by putting this big gold one here. And I want to use the rest of, or more of, this guy. I don't know where he's going, but I guess he's going there. And then we need to fill in. I want to fill in, I'm trying to read your chat. I need the monitor to be directly in front of me. I really maybe should bring the iPad in here and just have the iPad where I can look straight ahead, because I have to like look away from what I'm doing and turn to the side to read the chat. I need to figure that out, because I do hope to continue to chat with you. I just need to pause what I'm doing and look up. Okay, I need music. Music. Long pieces of music. I'm getting down. My pile is getting pretty picked over, which does affect the way that your masterboard looks. So when you feel like you don't have any good pieces anymore, go ahead and cut more pieces instead of trying to find a place for all those ones. Yes, you can continue to fight and try to find a place, but I'm just saying your masterboard suffers when you do that, in my opinion. So I don't want to cover up that gold, but I have this weird strip and I need a long piece of something. Not that. A long piece of something to go there. Ooh, a purple piece snuck in. Do I have any long pieces of anything? I guess I'm going to do that because it's there. See, that's why I say your masterboard suffers. It's not exactly what I want, but you know, it's what's in the pile. So that's what went there. Okay. Moving on. This one needs a little help this time. Just running short of good pieces, I think. Oh, flying glue sticks. I'm going to cover up a little gold. Probably didn't need to glue that much, but I did. Okay. Definitely going to stop after this one, cut them, and start doing something with them. The weather has been so nice here. It has actually been cold like every day, which is great because usually it's way too hot. Unless you have to wash it. Yeah, I have also seen that. Don't want to mix in too much pattern. I'm looking for these ones right here. I'll leave some space and we'll put that guy down. Of course, I just made 2 long strips and I know I don't have strips of paper in here. Oh, wow. We'll figure it out. This one will work. And I'm going to put him right there. Ew. The glue is super sticky and all over my hands at this point. It's okay. I'll survive. I have some German. Some German would be good right here. Oops. No. See, if that wasn't rag paper, you would not have been able to pull that back up. But because it's rag paper, it's stronger. Now there's a little section here that didn't have enough glue because we're not to that section yet, but we're good now. Okay. We need this gold to go up this side. I think it'd be a fun challenge to see how quickly we could make these. Like timing ourselves or something. Here's some dictionary. Let's go ahead and use this piece of dictionary here. It's just going to fill in. Is it very, 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 very close? I'm going with it. Truthfully, there is a tiny little gap there. I'm going to leave it for now because we're going to put a focal point there anyway. Ooh, that's beautiful. Let's do it. So now I got to cover up that and this little bit. I don't want to cover up that flower. I do not want to do it. I refuse to cover up poinsettias. So we have a strip right here that needs filled in. Let me glue another quadrant. It's not really a quadrant anymore because I've already glued so much, but you know what I mean. Hello, Diana. No humidity? Where do you live that there's no humidity? Maybe you don't want to say, but we have humid here. Everyone thinks the desert is always dry, but dry can be also equally bad. We don't have a lot of humid, but in the summer, late summer, we do have humid. Okay, so let me throw those pieces away. What I'm going to do right here is there is a little section that's sticking up, and I have this little piece of music paper. I'm just going to cheat it over and cover up just the section I need and leave it there. Okay. We don't have much music because probably I'm running low on music, but we have, sticking to myself, this little piece here. Let's put that there. We have more ledger. This is an interesting ledger too. Let's put this one right here. Let's put this, even if I have to cut it, which I might actually cut it. It's just very big. Let's see what else we have for this one. I have this gold one. We'll work on putting that gold one there in a minute. Getting down to the bottom of my pile for this pattern anyway. Ooh, I forgot to use these. Darn it. I wanted to use these ones. All right, so where's the rest of this one? This one. That's one of my favorite, and I really like it with these Masterboards. I just need a piece of it right here. A skinny strip of it. We're going to do it. I'm going to cover up my poinsettia and cry about it. No, I am not. I refuse. Right there. Okay. Then this little guy, is he wide enough to go right here? He is wide enough to go right there. So he's going there. Although that leaves us a weird strip. Let's not do that. It'll look strange. We'll save him for a minute. Definitely need a few more pieces cut. And I am burning up. The door is closed in this room, and when the door is closed, it's truthfully too hot. Plus, I'm wearing sweatpants. Not that you guys asked what I'm wearing, but sweatpants and a long sleeve shirt, which is kind of warm in the afternoon. Okay. Can I go here with it? I can, but then it leaves a weird strip there. Let's save it. We'll see. We'll come back to it. But I can do a piece here. I can. So let's cut that. Overglue this corner. This one is taking me a little bit. It's just because I don't have the number of pieces I had in the beginning. Dang it, there's a strip. I just can't get away from the strip. That sounds terrible. Can't get away from leaving awkward little strips that need filled in. So this one is going to go here. Yes, I'm ready to play and decorate. And then we need to fill in here with some book page. This one needs trimmed. And we just have this little section. Not a whole lot of Florentine on this one. Sad about that. I might need to add more. This is all we have left of this one, and then we're done. Sorry, this one took a minute. Oops, and right here. Yep. Okay. And now I have a lot of gold, but I want this little birdie postcard. So I'm going to trim out the little scrap off of the birdie postcard. And we're going to put him there. Just like he always was attached to that paper. Perfect. Okay. No more fussing. Now we're in get it done mode. After I clean up some trash, apparently. Okay. I need book page or ledger here. This is a different book page. We haven't used that one. It's too skinny. What about this one? This one will work. Perfection. One strip piece there and we're good. Oh my gosh, we have Birdie and Birdie. You guys saw it. I did not see it. Okay. We just need a strip of decorative paper to go across here. I need a lot of red help, and I don't have a lot of red help in here. That covers almost all of that. I'm going to do it. Yeah, you got to look at the other pieces. Birdie and Birdie. Luckily, when I cut it up, they won't be next to each other, hopefully. That one I might have to actually look at and make sure that they are not on the same piece, because that would be a shame. We just have this little section right there, and then I'm done. And we have ledger, we have book page, we have music, and we have Florentine. So anything we're going to put there, it's not going to matter right now. It would be nice to use a little scrap, though. What do I have for little tiny scraps? Of Florentine. Not too terribly much is the answer to that. I do have this, though, and honestly, it's so small, and it is that pattern. I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm going to do it. So visually, it's just all this blue piece right here. It's good. Okay, that one's done. We're going to let that dry, and we're going to cut the first one that we made, or the first one I made without you, however you want to think about that. So while I have all these pieces, there is a whole set of Florentine paper in here that I didn't use any of, so we could make one out of that next time around. However, when we come back, I want and make Masterboards again, I want to make the other style, the one with the typing paper and kind of newer pages and not Florentine. So all I'm going to do for now, we will make more Florentine, but I want to make the other ones next. But right now, I'm just going to clean up this pile. So I have some room to bring the cutter. Did I bring cutters? I did bring cutters. Okay. I'm going to clean up these piles so I can bring the cutter over, and we're going to cut them. Okay. There's those. We can take that away, and we can cut this one up first. Sorry for that loud noise. The cutters are over my head. Alrighty. I guess we don't need to look. I don't know. Maybe we should. Maybe we shouldn't. We're going to look. We're going to look after all of that. So because this one has, you know, some little decorative elements on it, it might be better to look so you know what you're getting. The first thing I'm going to do is a strip of pockets. And I'm going to do my pockets at 4.5. I could go to 4 3/4. I'm going to go ahead. 4 3/4 was my first cut. 4 3/4, and it didn't go all the way through, probably because my blade snaps out every time. Yep, every time I move this cutter, which is every craft with me. So this one is going to be cut into pockets. So let's slide this one out. And let's cut this one into pockets. So if we did 4 3/4, technically we have like 5.5. After you sew in your signature, your usual pocket is 5. I like to leave a border around my pocket, so I did 4 3/4. for the width of my pocket. The height of my pocket, you can do 3, you can do 3.5. I wouldn't do any more than 3.5. It just gets to kind of be a deep, awkward, maybe looking pocket in my opinion. So I'm just going to do 3.5. Now this one down here, you have kind of a weird shaped piece because we did some half measurements. I think I'm just going to cut it into 2 skinny tags. I could do another pocket, and if I did, I would have a very skinny little piece left. Let's do it this way maybe. Let me see how it's going to look. No, because we're going to collage it, so I'm just going to do it. And then we'll have one skinny little section that can be used for something. Maybe I make a tag charm. Maybe I do something else. Maybe it makes into a little belly band eventually on a pocket. Something, but we're not going to toss it. So at least I got 3 pockets out of this one so far. And so these pockets will then get some book page put on and a focal point. And it doesn't matter to me if things are upside down or right side up. It doesn't. It's the base layer. Doesn't matter to me if I'm going to cover up the bird face. I don't care. Same thing. So we have 3 pockets. And a weird piece that we can make a belly band out of. That's probably what I will do with it. These pieces, because we did 4 3/4, this piece right here is about 7 1/4. Yeah, it's 7 1/4 inches. That's a good size for a tag. We could do 7 1/4 inch tags if we wanted to. So instead of cutting the 7 1/4 inch tags this way, looking at the direction of the paper, because this was a collage paper, I'm going to go ahead and make this into tags the long way. And so if we're 7 1/4, I'm going to go, I don't know, we'll do 3 1/4 just to kind of line it up where the tick marks are on the cutter. 3 1/4. I'm sorry, 3 3/4. 3 3/4 is what I cut it. And that left us this. And then from there, I'm going to just estimate. We're going to get a journal card and a very large tag. So I cut it right about 7. And that's a nice large tag. And this could be a pocket or it can be a journal card. Doesn't really matter. And then on this one, I'm just going to cut 2 tags, I think. Yes. 2 6-inch tags. 2 6-inch tags. So out of 1 12 by 12, I got these 3 very large tags. I mean, these are like the only thing you would need to put in a pocket. They're very large. Then I got a journal card, a nice size journal card, and I got 3 pockets and an extra little piece. And that was the one that was the cheater one. And so when I make something a pocket, I do try to keep it in my pile of ephemera, like unfinished ephemera, wide as a pocket. And then I put the journal card standing up to kind of make myself aware that they're 2 different things. You could use any of this as a pocket or a journal card until you thumb hole notch it. But anyway, that was that one. The next thing we need to do is trim off the edges of the first masterboard we made. And so I'm going to flip up that whole pile. They're not completely dry, but they're most of the way dry. I like to rub my hands on them like this because you can see like this little piece right here isn't glued. And so when you kind of rub your hands on it, you'll see it's actually quite a few on this one. I didn't do a very good job. And so at this point, I would just art glitter the little corners. And it's because, well, more than likely, you know, I've already put a little ooh-hoo. Maybe I didn't get it all the way over there. Apparently I didn't, but just put a little art glitter and stick those down. I like to use art glitter at this point because I think if it's already come up once, it might come up again. Do you need to let it dry before you squish it up? Let's see how the rest of it is. You fared better on this side of the board. I have a little gap right here. Just the paper kind of came up after it was wet. So I'm just going to squish that down. If you have a bone folder, that would be good too. There's a little bit there. Normally I don't have quite as many. I don't know. I was lazy today. I don't know what the problem is, but anyway, so we do that. Then the next step is cutting it. And so then you go around, and so see where the coffee dye ends and my overhang is? I'm just going to trim right along the edge of my cardstock. As close to the cardstock as I can. I kind of just put my scissors up against the cardstock and push so that I can just let the cardstock guide my scissors all the way around. And so you trim off all your extra pieces. Generally, it's just a tiny little bit of waste. You don't have to leave it as waste. You could do something like, you know, decorating with little strips or something. Some people do that. It's curled right here. And so my scissors don't want to grab it. Here we go. When you let yours dry all the way, it will not curl. It is good to put it under your craft mat if you would like it to be nice and flat. If you ever let something dry and it is curling up and it stays curly, you can always put it between a piece of parchment paper and your ironing board and iron it. Usually the heat will help flatten it out, or you could try using your heat gun on it, and that will also, in the beginning, it will make it curl up, but eventually it will make it flatten out. If you have your heat gun out and you're using it already, I would just do that. Otherwise, I'll take it to the iron. Okay, so there's that one cut. That's what we ended up with. Make sure all my little pieces stayed down. This one still has a little corner right there. And so this is the third time I've glued that one. So I'm just going to hang on to it for a minute. And then we're going to cut it. Hello, Mary. Thanks for joining. There's another corner. I don't know what I did, but I didn't do a good job. This was the one where the glue stick was dry. Can I blame it on that? So let's cut this one. Let's be fun and cut it upside down. So I don't care what I get. I'll be happy with whatever. For this one, I'm going to do 3.5 inch pockets. Yes, 3.5 inch pockets. That was a terribly crooked cut. I don't know what is wrong here. I might need a new blade. Look at the notch that came out of that. You guys see the notch? I'm going to leave it for now, I guess, and we'll figure it out later. 3.5 by... If I do 4, we could get 3. I can't do 4 though. I'm going to do 4 3/4 again. 4 3/4. That's a pocket. By 4 3/4. That's a pocket. It's the chewed up side. And that left me a small little tag. That's going to be super cute. A small little tag or a small little journal card. And then we got these 2 pockets out of it. They're perfect. They're ready to just have that focal point put on the center, a little label. They're perfect. So that's the first ones. Then this is going to be too long as it sits. So let's go ahead and do a section of 3-inch tags. It's the crooked side. So let's do a section of 3-inch tags. Again, it took a chew out of it. All right. All right, cutter. So I'm going to go 3 by 6, longer and skinnier. There's 3 by 6 tags. I'll hold everything up at the end too, but you got to kind of look at them and decide which way you want them to go. But 3 by 6 tags. And then these will also be tags. And so if I do 3 inches, because these are a little shorter, I should be able to get 4 3-inch wide tags. Yeah, it's having an issue. I think because I've cut things that had wet glue, my little groove needs cleaned out. That sounds also weird, but because I've cut things with wet glue, that little groove needs the pokey tool to be run through there to kind of clean that out. I think that's what's going on. All right, so for these tags, we got this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and this guy. I'm going to turn the light down just a little bit on the camera. It's just a little tiny bit. Now let's turn this up. It's always a fight in here, and I don't get why. It's just blowing out the pattern. Okay, we'll leave it there. I just don't think you can see how beautiful the colors are. Anyway, so out of that 12 by 12, I got 4 beautiful collage tags to decorate. Of that size, it's 3 by 6. Then I got 2 3 by 7s, roughly. And then I got 2 pockets and a tiny little journal carder tag. So now I'm going to cut them the normal way I cut them. Instead of going just random. And I'm going to trim off the edge first. It's not really dust, but the little bluey paper bits from, and even glue chunks from wet glue. And it's because I don't let these Masterboards dry when we do them. It's not a big deal. You can always take it to the sink and wash it. It's just plastic. Not a big deal. And I've been using that cutter for, I don't know, since it came out. So it's about time for a little maintenance. And again, if you didn't cut things with wet sticky glue, it would not be having that problem. Tonic products are really well made. I think you guys all know that. And I do love that cutter. Especially like it because it's nice and light and really portable. I have to move it back and forth each time that we do crafting. I have other cutters in the other room, so I could just leave it in here. I just don't have space in here. The Caterpillar one is my favorite cutter for the 12-inch, length. I have the little mini chopper, and I like that one from Tonic very, very well. But the Caterpillar one, I'm going to put that in the collage pile. The Caterpillar one is actually my favorite, and it has one of those rolly, I don't know what you want to call it, but the rolly thing that you slide with your hand. I like that one the best, and I can cut huge amounts of cardstock with that guy. So this is what he looks like after I trimmed the edges. This is one of these ones. And so I'm not going to look at it. We're just going to cut it. And I'm running out of room a little bit. We're going to do the 3.5-inch tag. 3.5 inch. And I have found that if I start down here at the very bottom off the paper, I can get that clean cut until I clean my track. So let's do the 3.5 by 6. That's a nice large tag. It's nice and wide. Okay, there's 2 of those. Let me get another strip of pockets out of this one. So at this point, he is... I'm going to have to get a strip of pocket. So let's do 3 1/4 or 4 3/4. I'm so sorry. 4 3/4. And starting off the track or off the paper, 4 3/4 left me another strip of a nice wide tag. So let's do 4 3/4 by 3.5 by 3.5. And then I'm going to get 2 skinny tags this time out of this guy. And I'm going to aim for 2.5. That should be an even tag. And there's those. The little skinny tags look like that. They're so cute. Like you could put the pattern at the bottom, which is probably what I will do, and put my focal point kind of up in this direction. So there's 2 skinny tags. Love those. Here's 2 pockets. Again, love those. They'll go that way. My brain instantly tells me which way they go. I don't know if you guys are like that. And then these will be tags. And they both have a set of birdies. That was the one I was supposed to pay attention to probably. But anyway, so that's what we got so far out of that one. I need 2 more big tags out of this one. And we need to do some journal cards. I don't usually do a lot of journal cards out of the collage. I don't know why. I just don't think about it. But I mean, these could be like nice large journal cards. See, instantly, it's like, no, it goes this way. I don't know if your brain does that. See how the light is just washing everything out though? Like it's just really not showing you. So anyway, out of that one, we got 2 very large, I'm going to call them journal cards. They could be tags. 2 other large tags, 2 pockets, and 2 skinny tags. So at this point, everything is a different size, and that's great. I mean, other than my pockets, they're pretty much a standard. Now this time, I'm going to go ahead and trim off the last 2. We'll cut the last 2, and then we will decorate some just so that we can get some finished projects today. And then I'm going to go back and make those other style of masterboards. Thank you, Susan. I love making masterboards. Masterboards, collaging like that, where it's just, you know, you're not even thinking really. You're just doing it. You think a little bit, I guess, but you know, it's very simple. And to me, I find it very relaxing. Much more relaxing than fussy cutting, where you literally have to pay attention to every little nook and cranny you're cutting around. I don't know. I just like it. I used to have a little lap desk where I could sit out and watch TV during COVID, because what else was there to do during COVID lockdown? But I could watch TV, and I would just watch YouTube videos, and I would be out there collaging masterboards or whatever, you know. But at least I could sit in my comfy chair. It curls at the end, and it is harder to cut. So that's what I was doing, you know, for relaxation, I guess, was watching YouTube and making masterboards. So I did have quite a bit, and I still have some of those ones, but I've told you I used Scotch Create. Yeah, that was a bad idea. I used that on some of the first masterboards I ever made. The Scotch Create for me in Arizona was just a bad idea. It all came up, like it didn't fall off, but I had to go through with art glitter and pick up every little corner of every little piece and every little edge and glue it. And it was just kind of like, probably not worth the hassle, but I did spend quite a bit of time making them. So I just took the time and art glittered and got it done. Okay. And then this one. So for live sale on Tuesday, we'll have a little live sale. Do you guys want to vote on what we have a live sale with, or you want me to surprise you? Because I have a feeling of what I want to do, and you guys can vote. You guys know I'll still do what I want to do anyway, but I am interested to know what you guys would like to have on Tuesday. Maybe something that I haven't thought of. We have Italian paper, which I would probably rather do sooner than later, just because a lot of it is Christmas and I want to get it in your hands. Well, I shouldn't say a lot. There is Christmas paper in there, and I would rather have it in your hands so that you guys can craft with it sooner than later so that we're not like, you know, into like mid-December by the time you guys get it. You know what I mean? So that is kind of where I was leaning, but I also have a huge shipment of books and I also have new French things. Sorting cans of old buttons. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah. We all had to find something to do so we didn't go crazy. It was such an awkward time, and I am so happy that it is done. This is not the one with the birds, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay. Let's do a nice, do I want to do a 5x8 and get 2 really big journal cards? 5x8 is kind of big. If I do 4 3/4 by 6, they're still really, really big pieces. I'm going to do 4 3/4. And I'm going to go for some more pockets. I started it on the paper again and it messed up again. Surprise. Therapy boards. Art therapy is real. It just is. So, you know, anyone experiencing some pain or other issue. Did I do 4 3/4? It looks small. I did. Okay. Pain or other issues. Art therapy is definitely good for that. Let's do 3 1/2. Just find a nice comfy chair. I'm going to do another pocket. I need more pockets than I need skinny tags. For me, my back pain, like, it all depends on the chair. So that left me with this again. But you know what? This one is really cool. I'm happy with that one. That one can definitely be a belly band across a page. That's nice. And then we have pockets. And you'll see there's a little fraying happening. Yeah, there is. Let yours dry. This one I want this way. There's a pocket. This is a pocket. Or a journal card, any of these. And this is a pocket. I don't want my fleur-de-lis upside down, so that way. And there's that belly band. A little collage belly band. Okay. Then I have some definite fraying going on. I really need a nice wide journal card. I'm going to do 4 inches. And I'm going to do 2 4x6 journal cards for a large pocket. 4x6 is big, but I like to do large pockets, like a layered large pocket on a page. So 2 4x6 journal cards got me this. One with a whole lot of Florentine and one with some on the sides. Perfect for a whatchamacallit, a focal point, a centerpiece is what I was trying to say, a focal point. And then 2 3x6 tags, which are those. Maybe, or maybe they're this. I don't know what they are yet. Probably this. Okay, so there's those. We have lots of collage pockets so far. All right, this is the last masterboard we have. I haven't really been checking for pieces, but I think we're good. Okay. So this guy, I don't do corner pockets out of Collage Masterboard usually. I use corner pockets. I save corner pockets for like scrapbooking paper or something that I have a nice big piece of. And if you do a corner pocket out of collage, it's a really big, like a slanty corner pocket, the full page one. It's a really big piece of collage. And so I don't like the look of it that's why I tend to stick to the same kind of sizes. For this one, like, we don't even have to cut them all up. Like, we could save it that way. When we got to the end of a project, we could cut it to exactly what size we needed. So maybe I'll just save this one unless you guys want me to cut it. I mean, I will make more anyway, so let's just cut it. I know. Let's just cut it. Let's do a wider pocket though. I'm going to do a 5-inch pocket. I'm going to. Just because there's some places where I can fit one and other places I would rather not. If I do a 5-inch pocket, I usually do a 5x3, which can also be a journal card. A 5-inch pocket is so wide that to me visually the 3.5x5 would be too much. So I'm just doing 3 inches, which will give me nice 4 pockets or 4 journal cards. So I had a little strip come off right here. Don't care. That's all good. And there we go. So I have this guy for a pocket. You can see it's just cutting it really weird. I think either that or I left that when I trimmed, but maybe I didn't trim. I think I did. Anyway, we have this pocket. So it's a 5-inch by 3-inch pocket, and then there'll be a thumb hole notch here, and of course we'll decorate. So these ones are wider pockets. And see this furriness up here? It's just rag paper bits. If you run your finger over it, it's fine. And you probably wouldn't have it if you didn't cut yours while it was still wet. And there's this guy. He needs a little bit of help. He has some rag paper here, but it looks like it looks like he has nothing, but it's actually the edge of a book page from rag paper. So let me save that one to the side and we'll collage on it because I have the scraps right here. And if I don't do it now, I'll just put it in the box and then miss it later. And then somebody will get a pocket where they're like, you forgot to put a piece there. Or maybe I would notice it, but I have this strip of music. It's the same kind of music, so I'm just going to add it. Or would I rather have this? I would rather have this. So in this instance, I'm going to add it. Normally I probably would wait, but I'm worried it's such a small little section that I would just miss it. I don't want to cover up too much, but I also don't want that straight line. Picky. Okay, there we go. I'm going to let that dry for a minute before I trim it. Then, back to what we were doing. We have these to cut as tags. All right. We could do really large tags. I'm going to do 3.5 by 7. That's a nice large tag. 3.5 by 7. 3.5 by 7, and that leaves me more 5-inch ones. So for these, I'm going to go back and do 3.5 by 5, and that's 2 really nice journal cards or really nice size pockets. Goodness, cutter. My cutter is tired. It is saying it is tired. Can I fit it there? Maybe, kind of. Maybe. It's just loud when I put it back on my head, over my head. Goodness. Okay. So we ended up with, out of that masterboard, we have these 3 pockets. I think it's interesting to see it all together too. These 3 pockets, we have that tag, or maybe it goes like this. And we have this tag. And we have these 2 journal cards. We'll call those journal cards. And we have this pocket or journal card. He was over from that section. I see. So that's that. You never look when you cut them? I used to look when it was just like me crafting, because why not? But now that I'm live with you guys doing it, I really don't look either. I mean, I tried to remember to look for those birds and then I forgot, but luckily the two birds that were close to each other ended up on two different pieces. This is a string from Rag Paper Book Pages that is over there. Or Ledger, maybe. I don't know. It's a string from a sewn-in signature. Let's decorate something. Decorating should be pretty quick because I'm going to use German scrap on these. German scrap and ladies. The ladies I need to fussy cut, but the German scrap, you guys know, is pretty fast. And I want to use German scrap because we're doing a little more Florentine fanciness, whatever. So we're going to do that. All right. Let's start out because these are, well, they're not all pockets, but let's go ahead and thumb hole punch them. And we'll start, I don't know if we want to start with these or look at how much, like just look at how much we ended up getting. Oh my gosh. So we did 4 Masterboards plus the one that I had pre-made. And I mean, it is easily, what is that? I don't know, 30 pieces of ephemera or more, maybe 40. 30 or 40 pieces of ephemera to decorate. And it's all already collaged and it's all already coffee dyed on back. So you're just going to ink, like right now, if I wasn't going to decorate and I just wanted to watch TV or whatever, I would just take my ink thing out there and I would just ink while I was watching, and then they'd already be inked. And then I could just decorate them when I was in my crafty room doing journals. Let's go ahead and find some German scrap, and then we will pull pieces that match our German scrap shape. German scrap. I do have German scrap for you guys for Christmas. This is the German scrap bin for live sales. German scrap is kind of all over the place. So this is German scrap. And it's kind of organized in some different categories, or at least it was at some point. I have kind of dug through it several times. But there is quite a bit of Christmas. And then this is German scrap made in Germany. This is from the original factory that made German scrap in the Victorian times. They are still in business, still making German scrap. So you can see, like, I have girls, I have Christmas, I have butterflies, just a couple of butterflies. More girls. I have tons and tons of flowers and all those Victorian things that you guys are used to seeing in, like, the antique scrapbooks. Like, this is my German scrap. And there is more in it. Oh, there's a section of butterflies. So we do have some butterflies, because here's a section. And some fairies and some angels. So if you're doing religious, there's Easter in here. There's beach. This is Edith Holden scrap. More ladies, birds, all different kinds. This is more like little kids ones or Easter or brighter colors. There's garden stuff or cooking. There's tea time. They make it in every kind of possible decoration imaginable. There's the religious. This is another big section of Christmas, apparently. So anyway, without spending too much time, let me pull some Christmas so we can play. So, like, look at this. This is a gigantic Santa. A very, very large journal card would have to hold that. Like, super big. There's even bigger right here behind him. This section has some, like, more modern Christmas, but because we're using German scrap, I want the antique-y looking Christmas. I must have got in the angel section. I thought oh, nope, here's Christmas. Okay. Look at this one. I mean, what is going to fit that? It's gigantic. I don't know what's going to fit it, but something will. We have some little Santas that we could put on what, maybe those little skinny tags could hold those little Santas. I'll pull them. This guy is super large. These are some of my favorite. We could use those. Those are kind of oddly shaped. There's some more religious ones. There's some nice sized Christmas trees here. Let's pull some of those Christmas trees. And then, what else do we have? This is the problem with German scrap, is they all get stuck together. There's some different kinds of Santas. Those might be good on tags. And more Santas. I don't want to pull too much, but anyway, we have a lot. We have a lot of those ones to choose from. Now up here in the front section, there was some holly ones and some Santas. These ones have German glitter in the plastic bags. It's the glass glitter from Germany. I do love those. Did I pull this one yet? I don't think so. Let's pull that one. And I'm looking for the one with the bells. This one. The pine cones and the bells. Okay. Are we good? Are you guys good? Don't you want to come and dig through my room of stuff? I want to come and dig through my room of stuff. I don't see some of this stuff for like a year or two. After I put it in here, I lose it. Look at these cute little birdies in the snow. You guys see them? Cute little birdies in the snow. Okay. I don't see anything any different than what I already pulled. I'm sure that there is some more in here, but I don't know where. So anyway, let's focus on that. That's a good start. I promise to share. I promise. When I sell German scrap, because German scrap takes forever if I do it sheet by sheet, I'm just going to make packs for you guys and sell them in packs. I don't know about Tuesday, but because I have to have time to make them, but in the near future so that you guys can get them and play with them. These bells, I think I can put on a pocket. I don't know. Let's see. I know I have tags for these, so let's start with these guys. The German scrap, like I said, comes from the factory in Germany that made it originally. So it's all embossed and it's exactly the same die lines. The machinery may have changed a little and got an update. I'm not sure if they're still using the old presses or not, but very, very high quality pieces. And they come on these sheets, and all you do is go around and snip the little connecting bits. So see how this Santa is held in place by these little paper bits? You just snip the little connecty bits off. And I love this Santa with these little girls. That's super sweet. You could put him on a nice size journal card. I want to be careful that I don't I'm going to make more Masterboards, but I want to be careful that I don't decorate everything the same way or everything with the Santa, because not everything needs 10 Santa tags in it. I do have the Victorian ladies that I'm also going to cut out and put on these, and as well as other ephemera that I may or may not have printed. I don't know if I printed it all or not. We'll see. I mean, I know I didn't print it all, but we'll see if I printed everything I thought I printed. I guess is my point. So that's 2 pieces. Let's cut a couple more, and then we will spend a minute and glue them down. These are some different looking Santas. Let's cut these ones out. So really, this is the easiest fussy cutting you could possibly ever get. The little connecty bits are a different color so that you know exactly where to trim. So you literally just cut the little connecty bits and you've got your piece out. I think we're good with that one. I do want to cut one set of bells out quick. And so if I want something out of the inside, I just kind of quickly snip it, and then I'll go back and trim around it here in a second. Don't try to tear them because the paper doesn't know what you're trying to get out. And then let's do one of these large Santas. The Santa with the toys. Let's do that one. So I will definitely have these. I can try to do them by Tuesday, but I already know I'm behind in other things, so I don't want to commit. But I can try. If we do Florentine paper, the large size Florentine paper on Tuesday, I can sell other things with it. I just cannot ship other things with it. I can ship you 2 packages the same week, or I can hold whatever isn't Florentine paper for the next week, which would be the week of Thanksgiving. How many of you will be here with me the Tuesday before Thanksgiving? And how many of you know that you will not be here the Tuesday before Thanksgiving? Because that is really important information for me to know. Because I don't know. Maybe you have family in town. Maybe, you're just not going to be in town. Whatever. So just let me know in chat if you are going to be able to attend the live sale the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is always the fourth Thursday in November. And so this year it's actually a little later than it normally is. It's on the 28th. And so the live sale would be on the 26th. This one has little candles on the branch ends of the Christmas tree. So that took just a minute. There's that one. Let's do one more tree. Every journal needs a tree, right? Still be home. Leaving Wednesday. Awesome. Likely will not be able to. I know some people will not be able to. Some people are just not able to for a variety of reasons, but I just wanted to know about Thanksgiving. Just so I can kind of plan. Because if nobody is going to be here, then I can maybe focus on getting stuff ready for the next week or something. I will still be here, but maybe I don't bring as much stuff so that I can spend more time focusing on getting stuff ready for the next week when you all are back in town or whatever. So there's another tree. And then we have this tiny little tree. I'm going to leave him because I don't know what he would go on just at the moment. And then for these Santas, maybe we do these little girls sledding. I didn't pull any angels. I should have pulled angels. Let's leave those for a minute and those ones too. Let's decorate. Okay. This part can go as quick, as slow as we want it to go, but we already have all of our bases done. And all of these, with the exception of the bells, are for tags or journal cards. So the first two tags I came to are these ones. This is a nice wide one. I could get this Santa with the girls on there. It fits. I'm not going to fuss with it. It's a little plain, but it could work. I could put one of these trees on there too. Maybe I'll put the tree because it's just a little more colorful. So there's the tree, a little more colorful, or the Santa. I don't know. I kind of like the Santa. I'm going to do the Santa. Thanks for playing. This one here is a little challenging because it has these flowers and I have been trying not to cover up these flowers, but I don't see how you're going to get a focal point on there without covering them up. So at this point, I'm going to leave that one because I don't know what I want on there. I have this very large, wide card, and that one could absolutely have a beautiful Christmas tree on it. Let's do that. Let's skip to the next section so that we have some that look different, like this guy. Maybe we put the Santa on here. He's kind of small. He fits better. That guy could definitely go on there. Let me see if I have a different tag I like better. You get to audition your tags. This feels like I have two, but it's only one. That one's pretty good. Or maybe better yet, there's this one. Yes, this one. I needed one with a little more color. So there's that. Okay. We have a Christmas tree, a small Santa, and a very large Santa, and bells. So see if I put these bells on here without putting book page, they just get lost. So when you decorate on top of your collage ones, the ones where you used a collage page, not where you physically collaged all the pieces, but when you did the cheater method, you're going to want to put some book page behind it so that it anchors it. It gives it some place, to be seen. So let's hold that one for a minute. We'll skip over that section and we'll go here. We could do This is a nice one for the bells. We could do this one and put the bells right there in the ledger. Maybe we might do something a little different. Got to find the right one. This one's pretty good. You need to figure out where we're going to put a label. The bells are proving tricky. Skipping them. This is a journal card or a pocket, I guess. Maybe I just put this tree on there. I don't know about that one. We'll see. There's this one. Oh, I think I like this one. Maybe this was supposed to be a pocket, though. I kind of think it was supposed to be a pocket. It could go there. Let me see. We have this one. Can this guy go on this one? Yes, he can. Okay. So there's that home. We now need homes for these. Can he go on here, or is he too small? As a tag with a label, he is a little small. Maybe I just put a bigger label down here. I'm going to try it. We have plenty of Masterboards to play with. This was a piece that was left over. If I put this tree on here, you'll need a nice big label. I don't know, the tree gets lost. So I'm not sold on that. He might go on there. These are all smaller. We need to put book page behind those. These are smaller. I'm pretty sure these are supposed to be pockets. I'm going to save this tree because these are supposed to be pockets. And I don't want to use a pocket when it's supposed to be a pocket as a journal card. Oops, we're going this way. Okay, that left me with these ones. And the birds are on there, but I'm not going to care about the birds. So maybe we just put that tree right over it. It's going to need book page behind it to anchor it. So not that one. This one is nearly identical. I kind of like that one though. Down here at the bottom, it's got a bright and merry Christmas, and you can't really ever even tell that there were birds back there. So I might do that one. Maybe. Or this one. This one's really kind of nice too, though. Lots of choices. Too many choices. And then we need to find something to decorate pockets with, because we have nothing so far for decorating pockets. Everything I found to decorate was up and down, not across, except for these little bells. So let's go ahead and pick one of these, and then we're gluing these on and putting some labels on, and that is as simple as it is. I'm going to use that one just because it needs to cover the birds. As long as people just leave alone and let craft. Oh my gosh. Too funny. So when you use German scrap, you just, cut it out, glue it down, put a label with it if you want a label. Not everything has to have a label, but honestly, I do love labels. So I put a lot of labels on things. I don't know, you could put a small flower or something. But when you're doing decorating like this, where you have a focal point, what else are you going to stick on there? So anyway, this one we could leave as a journal card in case we needed a journal card somewhere. But I think I'm going to cut it into a tag shape. I just think it would look better as a tag. So let me quickly do that. I like just snipping it. I don't really feel like I need to flip them over anymore. So we're just going to do it. Okay, this is next. So assembly line making. where you made all your master boards, then you go through and put all your focal points, then you go through and decide, do I need a label? Do I want like a little word? Do I want a little flower or some other little embellishment? This is a tag, and so when I know it's a tag, I do leave room at the top for me to put that whole reinforcer in. I like to put whole reinforcers in. It's one little extra step, but I think it really does have a pretty good impact visually. So I will come in and put whole reinforcers on my tags. You have the mini one. Uh-oh. Right? Kendall, that is exactly true. Every time you try to cut a corner, it just costs you more time. I have definitely learned that. And I should be gluing this a different way, but when I glue up in the air like this, I tend to use more glue than I really need to. That's been my experience. And not everything has to be dead center either. Oops, I don't want to bend his little staff like I just did. He's holding a little staff. Okay, so let's cut him quick in a tag shape. This one needs a little adjustment. There we go. And then this one is next. But I'm going to have quite a bit of ephemera. Now, lots of it is Santa's at the moment, but you know I make 3 journals at a time. I don't know if I actually will for this Christmas one because I don't want to get behind and then not get them done. So we'll have to wait and see on that front. However, and I also don't know if I'll actually finish them, but we'll see. But at least I will have a ton of ephemera. And even if I don't use it this year, I will use it next year. I always make journals, so it doesn't really matter to me if I do or don't. I would like to finish it with you guys, but I also know I will be taking time off around Christmas. I'll still craft with you, but just not selling. No selling at the end of December. Maybe one after Christmas, but not before. Not the couple, I don't know, maybe there's 1 or 2 Tuesdays in there that we won't be selling. At least that's the plan so far. Plans do change, but that's the plan so far. And all I'm hoping for is straight on these. I love this one. It's so pretty. This is a large journal card. So pretty. And the German scrap, like, let me hold it close. Can you guys see? You can't. It's embossed. See how it's embossed? Ah. Anyway, so pretty. Last one that we need for these little German scrap pieces, and then we can move on to some fussy cutting of ladies, and I can find some angels or something else. I am kind of cautious about putting religious ephemera in like a pocket or on a pocket or something like that, because I don't know who's going to end up with my journal, and some people would rather not have that. Obviously I'm religious, so you know it doesn't offend me, but I also am conscious or try to be conscious of somebody that it may offend. So I try not to glue, point being, I try not to glue anything religious into a journal, because the new owner may not want that glued in there. Now they could always decorate over it, so you don't have to stress too much if you're making journals to sell them. But you know, it's personal choice. Some people put the religious stuff in there with an ulterior motive or whatever. You do you. I'm just saying, I try not to decorate like an angel on a pocket that's glued down to a journal. I don't necessarily mind about an angel being on a tag. These are not angels, but I'm just saying, at least if you made a tag with an angel and the person who bought your journal didn't care for it, they can take the tag out. But if you put an angel on a pocket or religious figure on a pocket, it's a little different. They can't just take the pocket out, not easily. They could decorate over top of it. So again, there is a fix for it if somebody is offended or whatever. They just would rather not have it in there. I try to play middle of the road with that kind of stuff, but anyway. So we could ink around these, but I don't really need to take our time today to do that. This is what we ended up with for German scrap ones. I'm going to poke a hole with a hole punch and put the hole reinforcer, and I will ink around front and back. But that's what we ended up with for the little German scrap decorated pieces. And I will put little labels on them too. Just know, especially this guy, just know they will have labels and hole reinforcers, but I don't want to take our time today to do it. Let's go ahead and move on with a different decorating style. I'm still hoping to make those other Masterboards. Okay. They absolutely could be. It could be many different things. So I'm just trying to be, aware of that when I make to sell. It's different if I make for me. Okay. Ria, is it your birthday? I did not know it was your birthday as well as Kendall's this week. Well, am I bringing? It may be Italian paper. I'm not sure. Let me find the ladies so that we can decide what would look nice on what. Like I can see right off the bat, this lady would look lovely. So let me trim her out of here. I did not bring any good, seriously fussy. Oh, the 24th. Awesome. I didn't bring any technically called fussy cutting scissors in here. But like I told you guys earlier, I do like to fussy cut with these. They're very nice. I mean, they're not like the Cutter Bees. Don't get me wrong, but they do cut. Obviously, they're scissors. Okay, so this one, I'm going to have to trim around her little fingers. And if you left a little bit of white or something, you guys know you can use that marker to cover it up. I am trimming right on the line. I don't leave any white around them usually. It depends on the look I'm going for, but I tend to trim them very much on the line so that they look like they're just, they've always been on that tag or that journal card or whatever. So these ones are Victorian fashion ladies from the French fashion magazines. And she's holding something in her hand. I cannot tell what it is. I'd like to get rid of the one in the blue dress for now. And then let's start down here. Her little feet are sticking out of her dress, out from under her dress. And let's go around there. And if you can't see exactly where the dress goes, you're good to just take your own creative license there. Like I'm going to trim off whatever she was holding in her hand. I don't know what it was. I can't tell, so I'm just going to cut it off. I'm not cutting her fingers off, but... And then I just have this little delicate area in her arm here. And so you trim that off, and then this little bit right here by her hand. And there she is, and she can go on there. Okay, there's that one. Let's see what else we have. Let's see. I don't know about using the lady in the blue. Here's another lady with, actually like this one more. Let's do, there's several I like in here. I need to find my favorite before we can do it. These ones are awesome. Ooh, okay. I found my favorites. There's many favorites, but I'm going to cut these ones out. Okay. So we'll save the lady in blue. She can go on something else. Oh my gosh, the cutter bees are amazing. They're very, very sharp, but you don't always need that much sharpness. You know what I mean? Like sometimes that sharpness is just a little too much, to be honest. You know, sometimes it's warranted, especially around the fine little details, but other times it's almost more of a hindrance because it'll tear your paper because they are so sharp. So, you know, right tool for the right job, right? Or right tool for the job. And so she's holding flowers in her hand and they are tiny and I am going to do my best to go around them. But I'm not going to cut out around all of those little leaves. So we might have to use the marker. Oops, the rocker is in the other room. So if we have to use the marker, we'll be doing that later. Maybe we won't have to. We'll see what she looks like when she's down on the tag or whatever we put her on. Okay, cut around her hair. They always wore their hair up in Victorian times. Always. I find that very interesting. You know, as someone who has always had long hair, I have found that as I got older, if I wore my hair up, I got a headache. And so I have these flowers here. And for just a minute, I want to see if I want to leave some of these flowers or if I want to cut them off. Anyway, what was I saying is I had long hair my whole life. I mean, I have the shortest hair now, not that I've ever had, but pretty dang close. And so as I got older, I found that if I wore my hair up, I got a headache. So because these are Christmas, we're going to cut them off. We're going to cut them off. I toyed with leaving them, but these are Christmas pieces of ephemera. And I don't want the flowers. She's holding flowers in her hand. That will have to be enough flowers. So anyway, I don't know how they did it because, you know, wearing your hair, and they had long hair, wearing your hair up like that. I don't know. For me, it was a tension kind of headachy thing that would happen. So there's that one. Now let's find a card for her. And again, we're decorating journal cards because these go up and down. Like the lady goes up and down. If we put her on there, she's going to cover the poinsettia, which pretty much anything would. This is a large journal card and she'll get lost on there. You need a bigger lady. And then we have these little tags. And she's kind of skinny and narrow. She won't fit though and make it into a tag shape. I mean, she's very, very close. I could make her a tag with no hole. Just cut it into tag shape. I think she'll find a better home. Anyway. The corsets and the bustles and every other thing that they had to wear. Torture devices. Pockets, pockets. Here's a nice shape for her. That one might be the one. This one, it's nice, but not as nice as the other one. So far it's that one. Now it's this one. And we're good. We have that one. Let's find one more lady. Because I saw another favorite in here. And let's do another one. Looking at what journal cards we have. I'm going to do this lady. And then I will look at chat here in just a second. I realize now that I haven't looked for a few moments because of the fussy cutting. Okay, let me see what's going on. Hello, Mrs. E. Thanks for joining. Hello, hello. I don't know why I just skipped a huge section of cutting and decided to cut on this side, but I did. So I'm shipping all of your scissors and all of your Italian paper purchases that were like the stationery items, file folders, books, if you had books, documents, if you had documents, all of that kind of stuff is what's in process right now being shipped. She's holding a little staff, which will also be a walking stick, which will also be difficult to cut around. Okie doke. And now I skipped a section again, and I'm working down here. I love how it even showed their shoes. It even showed their footwear. In the 1880s, for fashion magazines, these were pretty detailed. She's got a ribbon around her neck. It was probably scented with perfume because you know why. They didn't really have indoor plumbing in 1880. Did we get her? All but that ocean behind her. So then we go in up here. And we cut around and remove that ocean part from behind her because we're doing Christmas, not ocean. Okay. Now we have her fiddly little arm here. And I'm trying to save her walking stick. It's very, very narrow. I don't know how it will look, but it's there. Now there's this little blue part that is behind her arm. Let me see what she... No, I mean, those are going to need cutter bees though. Let me see that little bit, like poking your scissors in there and trimming it out. You're going to want cutter bees. The blue does need to come out. I'm just going to fight through it at this point because I don't have cutter bees in here. So the only problem is these scissors, you know, they're large scissors, so they don't have that fine little tip. I can do it. I'm not giving up. Not giving up. I refuse. There's just a tiny little bit. Teeny, 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 tiny bits that are being stubborn. Can I live with it? Maybe. I think I'm going to have to. Okay. Anything to not have to get up and go get the cutter bees. All of my pockets. She's kind of nice on there. I know she would be nice on that one too. I didn't like her on the green for whatever reason. Cutter bee for the scissors, but caterpillar for the trimmer. The trimmer, the green trimmer, is caterpillar. The yellow handled scissors, at least mine are yeller. You know who that sounded like. Medea. Yellow handled scissors are cutter bees. At least, again, mine were yellow. Oh, she actually looks really pretty on that one too. So we have choices for her. I like her here on this one with the little book page. Can you guys see? Hopefully you can see. I don't know. Let me hold her up. So I like her here on this one really well. Maybe a little book page back there, but I also like her on this one. I'm going to put her on this one. It's something different. And we have not put anything on those ones yet. I really like her on all of those. And we also have this big one. No, one of these two. Okay, and then we're going to ink around our people before we glue our people down. What do you guys think? We have A, where she has big poinsettias behind her, or B, where she has holly behind her. They're equal but different. I have to look in the camera to see which one I like better. I'm going to put her on B. Thanks for playing. Okay, let me close up my glue because it's just sitting here drying out. B, yay, Rhea. We're same. They're different companies, the Cutter Bee and the Caterpillar. I have the big 12-inch Caterpillar, and I do love it. That is my favorite 12-inch cutter. I do like the Tim Holtz one, but it's just different. It's, you know, not as heavy duty as the Caterpillar one. For these ladies, I really need to re-ink this ink pad. I do like to ink around the ladies because these are printed on white paper. And for her staff, I'm just going to ink the whole staff. At least I'm going to attempt to, because it kind of is hiding my fussy cutting. The staff was hard. I'm not going to lie. The staff was hard. And then same thing in her. Oops, not quite that dark. Oopsie. Not quite that dark. Now we need to darken like the rest of her. Her gloves were supposed to be dark, not the rest. She's very vintage now. I'm not giving up on her. The staff in the little armhole was very hard to cut out without the right scissors. She's all good. She'll be fine. But I do need to get a re-inker. I cannot find my re-inker. I usually keep them all in the same place in my craft room over there, but I cannot find one. So maybe I used it all and I didn't remember to buy myself a replacement or what, but I need to go on Amazon and order one. I keep forgetting because this is so very dry. I will not even probably be able to ink around all of these bases that we just spent forever making. Until I re-ink this. And I refuse to use the regular Distress ink. I will only use the Distress Oxide to ink around things. You guys know I do not like them dark. I don't like the edges too dark. I think it makes things look dirty. So old paper doesn't look like that, I'm telling you. So for her, because she has that staff thing, it's very, very fiddly. I'm going to try to get glue on it, and then I'm going to have to smudge the glue with my finger because it's very, very thin. And her little toe. I just love these French fashion people, though. I love them. So then, because I don't want it all to smear out, I'm just going to kind of smudge it. Really the only one I think I need that for. And then let's get her on here. You could use a glue stick. I just chose to use art glitter mostly because of the because of the staff that I just broke. When paper gets wet, it does tend to get a little more fragile. I think I have repaired it. She has been through the ringer, this poor girl. She has been through the ringer. Poor thing. Well, I know where my label is going. That's her. Is her head stuck? Her head is stuck. Okay. Next. This little girl. The Caterpillar, the green 12-inch one, I can cut like 8 sheets of cardstock with that thing at one pass. It's pretty awesome. There's this one. I leave room for a hole reinforcer. Don't tear her hand off. How rude. There we go. And then this one. I don't know how many of you guys know, or I don't even know if they're still in business, but also during COVID, and honestly, a little before, like 2017 probably, I started watching this show on cable, and it was called Create and Craft. And it was like I don't know, an online live TV shopping thing from the UK. Now, the postage was always a lot because it was from the UK, but I started watching them, and I think that's where I saw Caterpillar first. I didn't get my Caterpillar from there, but that's where I saw Caterpillar first. And then a while after that, I found a loose piece. A while after that, I believe I found them on maybe Amazon, or maybe it was like Simon Says Stamp or one of those places, somewhere else online. And that's where I ordered mine from. I really do like it. I don't use it a whole lot, honestly, though, because it is big. It is bulkier and it is harder to move around than the Tim Holtz one. But if I'm cutting, like if I'm sitting there cutting a whole bunch of stuff, I will absolutely pull that one out. Otherwise, the Tim Holtz one, just for speed. I guess. I don't know. She might just be a journal card. We might have 2 journal cards and a tag there. I need to do some more ladies. I don't know if we want to continue doing this or doing the Caterpillar. You never replace the blade because it is self-sharpening. Never, ever. It's self-sharpening. You don't have to replace the blade. These two need a wee bit of color in their face, and I usually do that before I glue them down, but I forgot. I like to take the haze out of the white paper. It always leaves a haze on everything. So I like to take the white out of there. Okay, there's those 3. Do we want to keep doing ladies, or do we want to stop and make the other kind of style? So far we've done this. Do we want to stop and make the other style of Masterboard? We will not get to decorate it, but we could stop and do the other style of Masterboard. Or let's put these together. We have 3 Santas, 4 Santas. We have 2 Christmas trees, and we have 3 ladies so far. And a whole big pile of bases. Should we do some more ladies? What do you guys want to do? The Caterpillar is self-sharpening because it's the slidey one where you pull the slider against a metal rail, and it's like a pizza cutter inside, and it just rolls and rolls, and that's what cuts your paper. And it's always self-sharpening, so you never ever sharpen it. It's awesome. You cannot mess up a cut with that thing. You can't. It's really awesome. Okay. Nobody's voting. I can cut out more ladies. I could try to find something to decorate pockets. We haven't decorated any pockets yet. I could do that. I have to stack it in size order. My OCD. These all need super flattened. I need to put them under that stack of digitals right there. There's like 8,000 sheets of paper right there that need to sit on these. New style board. Okay, something different. Cool. And then one ladies. All right, let me move these to the side. Push that out of the way. I think it'll be okay. I don't know. We'll see. I don't like it there. It's crowding my face. Okay. Oh my gosh. Here. Let me do it quick. This is what we're looking for. I'll show you the exact one. What is it doing? Are you going to let me type or what? It's being super weird. Uh-oh, guys. It's not available on Amazon anymore. No Caterpillar on Amazon. So now I have to look for it somewhere else. You know, I do see it. It's just not available. So maybe it's just out of stock temporarily or something. I don't know. But anyway, I will leave the link so that you guys can see exactly which one I have. Maybe there's an updated one or something else. Maybe there's a used one available. You know how Amazon sometimes does used ones? I don't know. But I will leave the link. Maybe I will leave the link for this one so that you guys can at least see it. Well, maybe I won't. Maybe it doesn't let me copy a link without like copying the page. I don't know. It's not really letting me share it to you guys. It's called this. So here's what it's called. I don't have a link because there isn't one, but this is what it's called. They don't have it available on Amazon. So again, I'm sure you could probably find one on eBay, even a used one, a gently used one, maybe. I don't know if you guys are up for that, but I don't, let me see if they're available anywhere because maybe they went out of business. I don't know. It's been a while. Or maybe they were bought by somebody. No, it looks like they're available. Yeah, they're available. Here's the actual Caterpillar website. Oh my gosh, their website is terrible. I regret that. I don't understand how some companies have terrible websites. Our favorite pizza place has the worst website ever, and it is such a pain in the rear to like, there's no link that's from a reputable place that I can like actually click on for you guys. Maybe this Fat Quarter Shop one, I guess at least we know what the Fat Quarter Shop is. It might be in the UK. I don't know. It says it's US. So let me put this link in. At least I know what this place is called. It's going to cut it off, but yeah, it'll cut it off, but I'll try. I'm going to try to put that in there. That's a link to, it's not really a link, is it? Let's see. Yes, it is. So that's a link to the Fat Quarter Shop. That's where I see it's available. I've never ordered from Fat Quarter that I'm aware of. I may have because I bought fabric from a million places, but at least the Fat Quarter Shop I know is a real business where sometimes if you look something up on the internet, it will show you that it's available somewhere, but it's a place you've never heard of and it's not a real business and it's a scam. And so I won't link something I don't know. And so I know Fat Quarter actually exists. So you probably are safe buying it from them. But also look on eBay and other places. It looks like they're still making them. It just looks like they're not available on Amazon. And sometimes that happens because the company doesn't, oh my gosh, the camera's freaking out. Sometimes the company doesn't want the camera stopped. Sometimes the company doesn't want their product being sold on Amazon because they want the customer to go to their own website, like the Caterpillar website, and buy it. There is a Caterpillar website. I will also put that in there. However, I was just like, okay, well, if this is the Cutter, then why don't you... They have a Caterpillar store on Amazon. What the heck? Oh my gosh. It is available on Amazon. It's right here. They have a Caterpillar store. So how come when you search Caterpillar, it doesn't pop up? I don't know, but it just doesn't. That's really weird. Well, here it is on Amazon. Yeah, here it is on Amazon. And this is not like a affiliate link or anything. I don't think it is, but this is it on Amazon. So you guys can figure that part out. I just know that sometimes companies don't like their products being sold on Amazon. It looks like they have an Amazon store, so there's that. Their website was super weird. All of it was super weird so far. Amazon is just weird. Yeah, okay. All of my Caterpillar searching activity so far has been really weird. See how much it's washing out this German scrap though? In reality, it's so washed out. And I have changed the camera settings twice since we have been live. I seriously am hating this camera. I don't like it at all. It is really irritating me. See, it's really getting terrible. I have to fuss with all of the settings repeatedly, and it just keeps changing itself. So I can blow out the light totally. But even down here on the very lowest settings, you can barely see that color. I hate it. I really need new cameras. And I have them in the other room. But anyway, I think it's better now. I don't know. When I put it down, it's just gone. Anyway, back to making the other masterboard. Oh my gosh. Hang on. Hang on. I'm coming. Now it has me in small view, and there was my head. Oh my gosh. All right. That's what the camera does to me. It's like you're talking smack about me. So yeah, you're in trouble. All right, let me grab another piece of 12 by 12 so we can make another masterboard. And we'll make one with newer things that are not so Victorian or Italian Florentine or whatever looking. So we're going to do the same method where we do the 12 by 12. I'm not going to use the Florentine paper stack, but I am going to use some pieces like book page and stuff out of this one. Just being cautious to not make it look too antique because this one is supposed to be more vintage than antique. I need to cut some more pieces before we begin with this one. I know that I needed some more music. So we'll cut some of that. And we need some more book page, but a different kind of book page. We need some that looks more like this one, maybe. I don't know. Ooh, this is a good one. We'll use this one. And then the typing book page. So the typing book is down here. More dictionary would be good. I want to use that one. Hold on. Piles are falling everywhere. For dictionary, this one's a good one. We have enough music, maybe. This is the other dictionary, and this is the typing book. Okay. Yay! I think they are really good ones. The pizza place drives me crazy though, because it's like 15, you have to tell it 15 times that it is for delivery. And then you put it all in your cart. And then it will go back and tell you your order is for pickup. It's like, I told you it was for delivery 15 times already. Like you literally have to click on different screens 15 times. And it's just so clunky and like outdated. And this is probably like the same website they built like maybe in 2001 or something. It's really, really clunky. I don't know. And their phone system is equally terrible. When you try to call them to order for pickup or something, their phone system is like, they even complain and throw a fit about their phones because they're super like background noise or something. I don't know. I don't know how modern businesses do stuff like that without like, you know, I'm a home business. It's different. I'm not like a real business. They're a real business. But how do businesses do that? Where, you know, it's 2025 basically. And you have like such outdated technology. I don't know how they do it. I don't know. Anyway. I mean, I guess COVID happened, but still, like, you know, they were in business long before COVID. I don't know. If it wasn't the best pizza in the world, or at least that we can get here, because, you know, we're not in Chicago or New York or whatever. We're in Arizona. They make really good tacos and burritos here, but pizza, it's hard to find a better one, right? Or a good one. So we like that. Barrows, however you want to say it. I know that they have them in several different states. I know they have it in California. They might have Colorado. I'm not sure. I know they have Chicago. Or at least they say they're Chicago style pizza. So I don't know, but we really like them. All of that work for just 3 pieces. That was a lot. I got the best pizza that I've ever had, ever in my whole entire life, the last time we had pizza. I get a medium pizza because when they make the small pizza for me, or even the mini pizza for me, it's different. I don't know how it's different, but it's different. Like, I think it just has too much crust or something. I don't know. So I get the medium, and then I eat 1.5 pieces of medium pizza. And then I try to put it in the fridge and like, maybe I'll come back for like 1.5 more pieces, but then my son has to eat it because I cannot do it. But yeah, they do have really good pizza if you guys have one. And being very careful and cutting my pieces straight. I don't really need to be like that. I don't know why I'm fussing about it, but I decided to be fussy this time. So we will make this one, and then I'm not going to decorate this one. I'm just going to make the masterboard. And then we will either wrap up, maybe, depending on what time it is, and reconvene on Tuesday for live sale. I don't know, but I don't have things to decorate the other style of one in here. Oh, I need typing book. I keep forgetting typing book. This dictionary I am going to cut on the line. It's so big and bold. Like, this is going to be a different one to use. I haven't actually used this one for this style in a long time. Oh, I forgot to trim off that white. Too much white. So because this is English and it's very bold, you're going to see whatever words you see on the page. So if you see a word you don't like, you best not put it on here. It's a dictionary. I don't know why they have all words in there, but I guess it's important to have all words. I don't know. So there's one of those, and let's use like some of this. That's kind of a weird one. Who's this one? I just want lots of text. I don't want open space. It's the large 12-inch green one. That's the one that I have. Although for like stuff like this, it's just going to be the Tim Holtz one. The Tonic Tim Holtz cutter. And I know he has several too. I don't have his... he has one like the Caterpillar. I don't have that one. I've never tried that one. I don't know what that one is like. I assume it would be similar to the Caterpillar, but I don't know. He has one that has the rolly thing like the Caterpillar one. And then he has a guillotine one. I have a guillotine one also, not the same one as he has, but I don't use that one too much. With the Caterpillar, that's usually the one I go for. Okay, all of that trash. That was a whole lot of scraps. Let's make this one. What did I bring in for color for this one, though? Oh, I remember. I'm like, wait, what did I bring in? I have these, and I have focal points for it. I do have focal points. We can decorate. Awesome. Yay. That makes me happy. Very happy about that. Okay. Is that all of them? Yay, it is. Cool. I did print everything I thought I did. The Greg shorthand would work perfectly. I'm going to use some of these plaids. So I'm going to cut a couple of them at the same time. So any type of plaid paper or patterned paper would be great. So just like we had a pile of Florentine paper, we're now going to have a pile of whatever pattern paper I'll be using in these ones. I'm going to leave those square and I'll leave these long. There's a couple of plaids like that. Then let's choose some of this kind. I want that one. Where's the green one? Oh, right here. I'm like, wait, there's a green one like that one. It's right in the front. I can't pick them up, but it's right in the front. So then we'll cut some of this. A typing book. I don't have any typing books because they're American, but I know you can find them on eBay. The one that I have that I took these pages out of, I got at an antique store. And I think it was $5. From time to time, you'll see people, ask more than that, but they really are usually around $5. If you get it on eBay, you can find probably a better deal. Let's see what that looks like. If I need a different kind of pattern or something, we can always come back and get more. But let's see what this looks like. The thrift store would be great if you, if you go to thrift stores, make sure you look at the book section and look for a typing book. I'm going to do the grungier side this time. Let me get a sip of water. Shorthand books would be great. I didn't think about that. Now I do have actual shorthand paper that's written on in shorthand. The real stuff. I probably could reach behind me and grab that. But let's see. Let's see if I need it. So far I've done 4 Masterboards with the same glue stick, basically. I guess the first one I did with the old one. I don't know. So maybe only 3. This is the 4th one. And my glue stick is starting to kind of get towards the end. So you do use quite a bit of glue on these. Like you can see, I'm really making sure that it is covered. All right. You know, some people just are really lucky at thrift stores and other people not so much. Usually if I'm looking for something, it will be like, I will never find it. But the things I'm not looking for on whatever trip I'm on, I find a lot of that and very little of what I was actually hoping to find. It's kind of feast or famine, I think. And we never find like old things at our antique stores or our thrift stores here. The oldest stuff we find at an antique store in Arizona is like from the 50s, and people think they have like ancient things or something. It's super annoying to someone like me who's like, wait a minute. Is this from the 1700s? No, it's 1950s, you know, it's older, but like it's not antique. It's barely vintage. Like, you know, it's vintage, but it's not super vintage. I don't know. I just think they don't have a lot of old stuff here. It's really hard. Like, I like super old things. And so even at like a thrift store, we don't find treasures at thrift stores, honestly. Maybe some people do, but I guess, you know, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're just looking for age, not necessarily. But if you're looking for something that might be worth something, you know, people do that kind of thing here where they go to thrift stores and then they sell stuff they found at thrift stores. I don't ever see anything that old, but am I going to do that giant piece? I think we need to cut this down. It's just like a whole lot of plaid in your face. Let's do this one like right here. And then we'll fill in this guy. He's going to get some music right there. He needs to slide over a little bit. There we go. And then I do need some regular dictionary, yellow book page, something like that. This glue stick is really done. So see how this one's taking shape. Different. And we will decorate it very differently. Trying to use every bit of that glue stick. Hi, Rebecca. Oh my gosh, I just stuck glue on my shirt. That's what I get for looking up at chat. Well, we've been making some Masterboards. We've made 4 so far. This is the 5th one. And we decorated some ephemera and cut some ephemera. Well, some bases. Oh my gosh, the super new glue stick. Yuck. This one is extra wet. Oh, I'll try to pick up some of that. It's just a whole lot of moisture we don't really need there. Okay. Yeah, so we've been making masterboards and ephemera out of it. I will show you guys everything that we made here at the end, just because a lot of people join later or whatever. Need to get some under here. Oh my goodness. Okay. And then let's put the red one right here. Sticky, sticky, sticky. We'll do music right here. I'm trying just to use those new pieces that we cut, and it is a wee bit limiting. This one needs to be shortened. Super wet. Surprised my dog didn't bark. She'll think somebody's knocking on the door. Okay, there's that one. We need some green. And most of my plaids are pretty red based. So I don't know what we're going to do about that, but I'm going to glue this other quadrant so I can play over here. So we're using typing instruction book page, some modern encyclopedia, and modern French, well, not modern, but like 60s, 50s, 60s, French book page. So some different things. We still need green over there. I think the only green I'm going to use is this guy. I guess we're going to put it here. I'm just going to cover that up and cover this up and cover that up. And we're going to put it there. We've almost covered our entire dictionary there. Let's use some more of that one. And let's use whatever this is right here. Music paper. Music paper is probably going to have to go through that way. So we're going to need to glue the rest of it. Can you tell what I'm going to be using this masterboard for? I do have one secret project, but I think I might hold it. Hold it for a future craft with me. Let's put this one. It's not going to be together. And I don't want to cut that off, though. I just slid it all the way across the board. Yes, I did. Okay, there's that. We need plaid in this corner. We need red swirly somewhere in this general area. That plaid and that plaid are awfully close together. Am I going to do it? No, I'm not. I can't do it. Let's do this one here. And let's go ahead and glue over the top. A little straighter. That's also what I like about the glue stick, is that you can slide it if you should need to. Now, I want that big dictionary again. I don't really want these extra words up here at the top, though. I don't really like them. So I edited them. And then we're done with this one. Ooh, chunkies. Ooh, it's making a gigantic mess. Okay. Let's set this one to dry for a minute, and we will make another one just because it's way too wet to cut that one. I think I have another 12 by 12. And then we will cut these and decorate these. And then I'm going to call it good, but you know, another half an hour or something. You're sorting your stationery. Awesome. All right. There's that. See, like it doesn't want to glue, and then it will over glue. Like this glue stick is just strange. It can't make up its mind what it wants to do. Okay. Since these are bigger pieces, these ones are quick. And balustrade, bamboo, bamboozle, and bam. Baker's dozen, bakery, baking powder, baking soda. Okay, baking it is. You know, after I put it there, I would really rather not have it there. I'd really rather not have it there. I'd really rather have it here. Okay. Then I would like a nice big chunky piece of plaid. Do I have the right size piece? Yes, I do almost. Not quite. Then it would have to go like this and get cut off. Normally I would cut it before I glued it, but I was in a hurry. It was in a hurry. Okay. No, no sticking. No, no sticking. Okay. Now it's going to stick to me instead. We all love pretty things, me included. Okay, gluing. Oh, almost gluing. So, we're going to finish the year out strong, though. I hope you guys are taking your multivitamins and drinking your fluids and preparing for the end of year hoopla. I'll just say of live sales. I mean, I know there's other hooplas out there, but this hoopla is of live sales. So hopefully we could do tiny pieces. I don't know. Hopefully you guys are feeling ready for that because it's coming. And then I will take my vacation from selling and we can focus on crafting. I'm going to put it here. I'm doing everything kind of big this time. I hope that was glued. I don't know if it was. We need green on this paper. We'll get a good couple of week break from sales. We can all focus on spending time with our family or crafting with me. Whatever you guys want to do. I think this guy will fit right here. I will be here the whole time, and I keep saying it because I keep getting questions. I'm not abandoning. I will be here the whole time. I will just be crafting and focusing on enjoying that little break. And then some music down the side here. Awesome. Wow, Rhea. That is impressive. You have me beat. Collecting those cards from the 70s. That's pretty cool. I bet they look amazing. You'll have to pull them out and share them in the Facebook group so we can see them. If you want to. I don't really want to cover that piece. I'm going to leave that. I don't want to cover up my little page number here. So I'm going to find the perfect piece to cover that section with. I need to just glue this whole little quadrant here. And I did overglue on that book page because I was worried that I may not have gotten enough over there in the beginning. Maybe. Yeah. I didn't know if you could like lay them out. I don't know. How many cards do you think it is? That's pretty impressive. I've moved a lot of times. And so a lot of times when I moved, I was like, no, I am tired of moving. I don't care. I don't want to move anything else. And it would get donated. So I applaud you for holding on to those things for that long. For this little section here, we need some green. We need some plaid. That took care of that. A little section, and then let's cut up these two and have some fun. I have no more bandage, band-aid, or bandana, or bald, balderdash, or bale. Bald. Let's do this guy right here. He should have been green, but that'll work. And then that guy right there. And I don't know if I like that there, even though it's about the right size. This is some more of that typing book. This is some little dictionary. I cover up that crooked piece right there. It's been driving me crazy. That's not long enough. Driving me crazy since I saw it the first time. It can go here though. And now we just need a strip of something there. And we have red and green and music. So some kind of strip of like a book page or something. And then we have two done. And we're good to go. We don't have any music left, but we have music right there. So I'm going to have to go in the other pile of scraps. This pile of scraps. And find something. I should have put ledger in this. I just didn't. I didn't go in this pile at all. And then we didn't get any ledger in there. Maybe I could do like that right there. I like the page number. Oh, it's almost too short. We'll split the difference. Okay, so that was those. I am going to mix the scraps for this project together, and I will keep them in a separate pile. So far, I have my regular, like the ones we just used for this. I have the neutral fancy and the Italian paper, and they're all in their own separate little piles. And then let's put this one to dry and cut the other one. So far, no book pages, no glue pages have ever been harmed in the making of this video. We've just used parchment paper. Oh my gosh. The Zoom thing, I know. We're going to. I need a moderator that can be here to help me, and that's all coming. Just need a minute to breathe. Honestly, that time where I'm not selling is just for me to catch up on so many other things. I have neglected so much of the rest of my life, but also I got to get caught up on other things that are coming, because that was supposed to be done a long time ago. And anyway, when they start making like 30 hours in every day, I think I will actually be okay. You know, I would be okay then. We'll save that, and we'll save that, and this can go in the trash. I'm going to go ahead and cut the other one quick, even though it is super sticky and wet. And I will do my best to be careful not to pull the pages off or tear them. I looked at the document cameras, Rebecca, and it's not going to work. They're not in high definition enough to use. Not the ones I saw. They say they're in HD, but I looked at the reviews for streaming, and people were not happy with them. It was a good idea to check them. I just can't find one of those that I think is going to work for me. I'm happy with the cameras in the other room. I'm convinced that it is just lighting in this one. So this is the super wet one. I'm just going to set it to dry, but that's how it came out. Anybody know what kind of theme this one's going to go in? I'm going to put it under here. No, I'm not, because then it can't get air to it. Let's cut this one. It's mostly dry. All right, we're going to cut the same way upside down that we have been doing for everything else. For this one, I'm going to do a 5-inch pocket. So these are 5 by 3-inch pockets. Actually, I'm going to go, am I going to do 3? I'm going to do 3.5. 5 by 3.5-inch pockets. And I will get 3 of those and a skinny little belly band. And then for these ones, Rhea, that's a good guess. For these ones, I'm going to go 3.5 inch. Or am I going to go 3? Let me see. I'm going to go 3.5. I want some nice chunky tags. So it's 3.5 by 7 for this one. And then the last one, let's go ahead and spin that. So we did 2 of those. And then for this one, let's do some 3.5 inch pockets again. Or journal cards. So we got 2 more 5 by 3.5. I'm going to attempt to cut this one, even though it is very wet. For this one, let's do 2 4x6 journal cards. Two 4x6 journal cards. And then for this one, we have 8 inches. 8 inches is probably going to be too tall. So let's make a strip of 3 inch. Yeah, let's do a strip of 3 inch. We can go 3 by 5 for some journal cards. We could do 3 inch. Let's just do 3 inch tags. So 3 by 6. And then for this one, we have another 5 inch piece, right? So we can do the 3. I'm going to do more deep pocket or journal cards. It's just a good size. Then I'm going to do 3 by 5s. Here. Oh, maybe I am. You see my cutter just got stuck? Yeah. It's definitely time to clean that track out. Just about flew over the track there. And another little belly band or skinny tag or something. Okay, so that was those 2. Put that cutter back up there. And let's see what we got. Cozy fire theme. Mountain man Christmas. Scottish Christmas. Lumberjack. Look at all these guesses. Those are all good ideas for journals. Not what I'm making, but good ideas for journals. All right, let me try to flatten these out. So we have this pocket and or journal card. I don't know if you guys can see. Pocket and or journal card. Pocket and or journal card. If it was a pocket, it would be this way. If it was a journal card, it can be that way. I don't know. That one kind of seems like a journal card to me. This is the first skinny little belly band that I will glue in. So like imagine a page right here, and then I would glue in this. So imagine a page. I don't know if I have a page. Well, you could use it here. So like a belly band. I don't know if it would go across there or not, but something like that. And then you would tuck your tag or your whatever in there. I mean, I could show you on that side too, but no peeking. All right. Next, we have some tags. These are the big tags, the 3.5 inch tags. Nope, that's a pocket. They're so sticky. They were stuck together. This is a big tag. So this pocket would go this way. There's a couple big tags. There's another pocket these are all pockets and or journal cards. These are the two big journal cards. Well, and there's some tags back here. I'm running out of room. Anyway, you're getting the idea. Some tags. These are the big journal cards here. And more pockets and or journal cards. So all of that stuff came out of 2 Masterboards. And there's another belly band or skinny tag or whatever. That was 2 Masterboards. So if I wanted to, like, I could have like six pockets, 6 tags in, I don't know how many other skinny little journal cards or regular journal cards, a lot. So to decorate these, I brought in these, and I just have like the one, yeah, just one sheet. So these are the Christmas fussy cuts. They kind of go every which way to fit them on the page, but I'm going to cut these out quick and we're going to glue them on. Yes, they're Santas. I know we did a lot of Santas, but these are more like the 50s theme. Santas. So the German scrap was more, you know, Victorian fancy. This is more vintage retro. So we'll need to find homes for these guys. So let's cut these out and then I can try to find a home for each one of them. I will quickly glue them on. I do have labels for this style of, there's a Jack-in-a-Box up here, or a Santa in a sleigh, or whatever this thing is. So I will put labels on these too, and I do have the labels for these in here. So, who else is cooking for Thanksgiving? I know I'm not the only one doing all that. Somebody else is cooking for Thanksgiving. I know it. What do you guys do? You go to like family? Do you have people over? People alone for Thanksgiving? Just having some nice downtime or crafty time? How many of you watch football or the parade? I don't know if they still do the parade, but there used to be a parade. Uh-oh. Oopsie. Careful when you're fussy cutting. This one is fiddly. There's a lot of little things. He has this thing of jingle bells. He has this box, like a gift box, and the lid is off of the gift box. There's actually a little gift tag laying down here by his feet, but we're not fussy cutting that out. We're just going to say no to that and move right along. For me, I'm going to make turkey, mashed potatoes, gravy, stuffing, some kind of vegetable dish. More than likely it will be green beans because nobody here really likes Brussels sprouts. So some kind of vegetable dish. Sweet potatoes, cranberry relish, homemade rolls, pumpkin pie with the marshmallows on, or I'm sorry, the sweet potatoes get the marshmallows. Pumpkin pie gets the whipped cream. But yeah, that. All of that kind of traditional fattening food. He could go on this one. He looks kind of pretty good on there. Let's put him on that tag. See how cute he looks? He looks cute on there. I like this style of 50s stuff. So let's cut this guy out next. He's holding up a little greeting card, Rhea. He's holding up a greeting card that says Merry Christmas. So for all your cards, like Christmas cards, or I didn't read the whole thing, so you have to excuse me. Was it like, you know, you saved all the cards that people gave you, or do you take one card out of every like box of Christmas cards or stationery? Traditional turkey and Swiss strudel. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds very good. My family has some Italian and some German and other things in it. But my grandma, she used to make these sour cream with walnuts. It's a sour cream cookie dough base. It's a pastry base, really. There's no sugar in the cookie dough. And then she would fill it with like a whipped egg white and walnut filling, and then roll them in sugar and then bake them. And it was kind of like, I mean, it doesn't sound like strudel, but it's kind of like a pastry like that. You could almost eat them for breakfast. In fact, I have, but many times. But I really like those. And sometimes I usually make them for Christmas. Sometimes I make them for Thanksgiving. And we have cookies as dessert if you don't want pumpkin pie. But I think everyone now is having pumpkin pie. My daughter is a big pumpkin pie kind of person, so pumpkin pie. She likes the green bean casserole, but I cannot do that cream of mushroom soup and green bean casserole. I do not like cream of mushroom soup. I do not like canned soup. I do not like it. Sam, I am. I do not like it. I do not like the way that canned food tastes like the can. I can't do that. I think because they cook the food, you know, the way that they can things, they cook the food in the can. And I just can't get over the taste or the smell of it. It just bothers me. So she really likes green bean casserole. And sometimes we make it just because, you know, she wants it. But most of the time, I'm more of like a fresh vegetable kind of person. Okay. Then we have this Santa, and he's like a little, you know, he's a, don't look at my fingers. He's a wide Santa. Crustless version. You know, the crust is my least favorite part of the pumpkin pie. Most of the time I will eat around the crust. That's terrible. He's kind of chunky and he's kind of small. So I'm thinking maybe we take one of these. I don't know which one. And we put him on as a journal card. Like going this way. He could go on this tag. Maybe. I didn't do a whole lot of small tags this time. He could go there, but he kind of blends in a bit much for my liking. Let's put him on a journal card. Let's put him on that journal card. You guys cannot see up there at all, but this is, goodness. They're sticky on the back because they're still wet. Let's put them on those, okay? We have one more to cut out, one more to do. Sweet potato casserole. I don't do the casserole. I just do fresh sweet potatoes, and I saute them in a little bit of butter to get them started, give them a little bit of brown, and then I put them in the oven to finish them off, and with, you know, spices and brown sugar and butter. And then once they're, you know, almost done or done pretty much in the oven, I put the marshmallows on for just, you know, a minute with the broiler. It's not even a minute. You can't walk away. That's how I do my sweet potatoes. I really prefer the fresh ones, obviously, because my can story. And I like to saute them. And then mashed potatoes. I like the whipped mashed potatoes with the KitchenAid. And turkey gravy is pretty standard. Turkey, I just basically, I don't brine it or anything like that. I don't cook mine too much, which my mom always overcooked the turkey, and it was always super, super dry. And I've told you guys this before, and it's because it scarred me. But in her time, you cooked a turkey apparently overnight or some ridiculously long. I don't know where she got it from. Her mom, I don't know. Apparently, at some point in U.S. food cooking history, you cooked a turkey literally like overnight. I don't know how many hours, 8 hours. Like, it was ridiculous. That turkey was so paper dry and gross. She knows I hated it. So if there's a way for her to hear her, she knows. Because I started cooking turkey, I don't know, when I was like extremely young, and making my family Thanksgiving, and I cooked a turkey for the normal amount of time you're supposed to cook a turkey. Whatever, 15 minutes per, pound or whatever it says. I don't know what it says, but whatever it says. And she came to Thanksgiving one time and she's like, how long has your turkey been in the oven? And I'm like, I don't know, like 3.5 hours or whatever it was. And she's like, there's no way that turkey's done. You're going to poison us all. I'm like, I've been making Thanksgiving by this time for like a decade. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to poison you. But if you're that worried about it, I guess you don't have to eat turkey. You can microwave it. I don't know what I told her. Something to the effect of that. And so, needless to say, nobody got sick. But then when I was carving the turkey, she's like, there's pink in there. There's pink in there. You're going to get us sick. And I'm like, Mom, it's right next to the bone. And yes, there's some, a little bit of vein or whatever next to the bone. It's not pink. It's fine. She's just freaking out about it. And I'm like, again, you don't have to eat it. If you don't want to eat it, you don't have to eat it. And so she ate it. Nobody got sick. Nobody's ever gotten sick because I cooked my food. But anyway, according to my mother, you needed to cook a turkey forever to get it done. I don't know. Does anybody remember having to make a turkey for like a whole night? Where did my mother get this from? I mean, my mother was not a cook, so I shouldn't really take what she says, with any grain of salt. But actually, he's going to go on here. It's just kind of funny. The turkey battles, as I call them, because it would happen every year after that, every year for forever. And, it just never stopped. One time she told my sister, my younger sister. Now, my younger sister is a little, quite a bit younger than me, I guess. Not quite a bit, but she's younger. My younger sister, she didn't get married when I got married. She was younger than me. So she, when you first get married, you learn how to cook, and, it takes you a little while to, like, I don't know, be good at it or something anyway. So my mom one time looked at my sister as we were all sitting around after my sister had brought some kind of dish to my mom's house for some kind of, either holiday or get together or whatever. My sister made some food and brought it. And this was when she was married and had a couple kids by then. So, it had been a little while. She was not a new cook anymore, and she wasn't a new wife anymore, and whatever. She knew what she was doing. And my mom looks at her and says, I'm so glad that you finally learned how to, make some good food. And my mom was like, the sad thing is in my mom's mind, that was a compliment. And I look at my sister as my mother saying this to her. And my sister is like such a, like a smart personality. And she's just like smirking at me like, thanks, Mom. My mother was really a hard person to get along with. It's kind of funny. something that as sisters we can laugh about. Now, you've cooked a turkey one time and then you were put on decorating duty. That's kind of funny. I don't know. I did it out of necessity. I had a family and I, needed to cook Thanksgiving for them. So my husband was never home until late on Thanksgiving. So I just figured out how to do it and did it. And I didn't learn from my mom. I can tell you that much. My mom was not a cook. But anyway, we did have cooks in the family, like people that made good food, not cooks, but people that took the time to figure it out and made good food. And so, there was always good food at our house, like our family gatherings and stuff. But my mom was just like dead set on that turkey thing for forever. And she did it up until her very last turkey dinner. And it was like, Mom, times have changed. Modern ovens are different. I don't know. There was no explaining it to her. She just needed to do it how she needed to do it. And so when we ate at my mom's house, my mom and dad's house, and she made a turkey, everyone knew what they were in for. Lots and lots of gravy. Makes the stuffing to sit overnight and the turkey goes in oven first thing in the morning. I don't put stuffing in my bird. I do the stuffing out of the bird. I don't like it. Another thing my mom made that I did not like was she would put the stuffing in the bird, but because she cooked the bird for forever, the stuffing was just like super, super wet. I don't like wet stuffing. Like, I need stuffing that's got a little crust on the top and crunchiness, and then the softer stuff is underneath that you can, fluff, I don't know. We just have different styles of cooking. So there's those three. Now let's put some labels on these. You guys can tell me your like Christmas vacation exactly. Green Jello salad. Exactly. I mean, I'm sure it doesn't have cat food in it, but I can't do the green Jello either. I can't do it. Not because of that movie. I think that movie's funny, but I just can't do the Jello salad. Not the lime. If it was red, I could do it. I just can't do that one. I don't like lime flavored or lemon flavored foods. I think that they remind me of Pine Sol or cleaning fluid, and that's why I can't do that. I know that's ridiculous, but it's just like, no. If I smell that smell, that's cleaning fluid. I can't do it. Probably because I used to, like when I was in the 90s as a stay-at-home mom or whatever, I used Pine Sol, and so now it's just stuck in my nose and I can never get it out. Okay, these labels are from Vintage Studio 717. Luckily, they are labeled. And we can pick one out and use it. These ones are really cute. I'll hold one up close. This is printed double, so you're not missing any. It's actually printed triple. It's different sizes. But those are the ones from Vintage Studio 717. The Orange Dream salad, I like that one too. And I like the fruit salad with now the marshmallow bit is pushing it, but the fruity colored mushrooms, oh my gosh, the fruity colored marshmallows and fruit, like cut up fruit, and it has sour cream and Cool Whip in it. That's a fruit salad that my mother used to make, and I actually did. I could eat that one. I can eat that one. Okay, so we're gonna do these labels right here. I've got this little guy that says compliments of the season. He needs a big label and he needs a small label. This one says Merry Christmas though, so I want one that doesn't conflict with Merry Christmas or say something similar. This little tiny guy. Do you guys have horror stories of like family food? Some of you guys are like horrified that I'm talking about my mom this way. Trust me, it's all good. We have some food horror stories. My sister one time, my younger sister, she was babysitting my kids for me one time, and she told my daughter that cat food was candy, and my daughter ate it. And she let my daughter eat it. That's my sister. Oh my gosh. Yep, my sister was a handful. All right, so we have this songs something Santa Claus. I can't read it, but songs sang by Santa Claus. I don't know. Songs and carols sang by Santa Claus. I think we might have to put that one right there. We don't know. Well, it's going down here somewhere. I think it's going over here. That's that one. Now for this one. What about this one that says season's greetings or Christmas greetings? I like these for the 50s Santas. I still have not gotten, my son's not really able to right now, so my Christmas stuff is maybe going to stay packed away. I don't know. But the boxes got put somewhere where he put them last year, and he's not really able to get them down right now. So they might just stay there. And I cut that one out, and it's too big. It's going to cover up everyone's feet. So that one can stay. What else do we have? Let's do one of these. This guy. Handle. Tea sandwiches. I do like them. I know most people think they're disgusting. One thing that I've never tried is turducken. I don't think I will try that, but apparently that is a pretty customary dish. I don't think I will try it, but it sounds like it probably is good. I just don't think it's for me. We're going to put this little fireplace label. It's just a label with like a little Christmas fireplace scene in it. We're going to put that one down here. Have any of you tried turducken? It kind of sounds good because, you know, I've been eating a lot more protein lately, so that does sound good, but I just don't know about all three together. I don't know if I can do that. I'm not really I don't mix my food. My food cannot touch on the plate. I have OCD. You guys know this. My food cannot touch on its plate. If it touches on its plate, it's okay. It's not the end of the world, but I would really rather not eat it that way. And when I say OCD, like, you know, obviously it's fine. It's just I'm more particular or picky about things, as you guys know. I think it's better because, you know, I know people who don't care about anything. It grosses me out. So I would rather be this way. Turducken. Turducken is, what is it? A duck and a turkey and a chicken. So you stick the chicken in the duck, and then you stick the duck in the turkey, and then you bake all of it together. If I'm remembering correctly. I remember I've never eaten it, so I don't know. I think we're going to go with that. I really wish I could get the other one on there, but I can't. So I'm not going to stress about it. We're just going to glue these on and be done with them. These ones will be the only like totally finished ones we've done because everything else needed a label. It's a lot of protein. And supposedly people who eat it really like it. So it kind of sounds intriguing. I mean, if I was somewhere where somebody was serving it, I would probably try it. Like, obviously, if I was at somebody's house, of course I would try it. But I'm just saying, like, it sounds intriguing enough, I might try it. I don't think it's for me, though. But I'm just saying, I might give it a go. Let's glue these on. Yeah, see, I can't. I can't do the whole, like, things touching. I, like, if gravy for turkey gets on something else that it's not supposed to get on, like sweet potatoes, no, forget it. Game over. Can't do it. What's funny is my daughter is exactly the same way as me, and we eat exactly the same food. If we go to the same restaurant, we order exactly the same dish, exactly the same salad dressing, exactly the same everything. And our food cannot touch. So, you know, in my house, that all works. In other people's houses, that's considered strange. I got to figure out where I want this label. There's that one. I hope I inked around all of these. I think I did. I inked around at least one of them. And here's this one. And then I need to cut this one into a tag shape. And that one into a tag. Whoop, my fingers are so sticky now. Okay, tag shapes. And good to go. This one's a journal card, so he is done. As long as he's glued, he's done. We're done with my glue stick. You're cooking your son roast with gravy? Ooh, that does sound good. I know somebody who's making prime rib for Thanksgiving, and I was a little jealous, honestly. I was like, wow, like that's pretty cool. Like, I hear a lot of people doing that for Christmas, but doing it for Thanksgiving, that's pretty cool. I'm not a super big turkey fan. I am definitely not a leftover eating turkey fan, but at Thanksgiving, I can do it. I don't eat turkey pretty much any other time. Occasionally something that's ground turkey mixed like taco seasoning or something. You know, if it doesn't taste like taco, if it doesn't taste like turkey, then I probably can do it later on Thanksgiving only for turkey. Okay, I don't have the hole punch, but this will get a hole punch and a hole reinforcer. This one will get a hole punch, and I will try to fit a hole reinforcer on there. Truthfully, Santa should have been down a little bit more. So the camera is still washing out all of the color, but that is red. Just washing out all the color. That's that one. And that's that one. And that's what we got. So we have 3 finished ones. And then we have these ones which are nearly finished. Nearly. Hermione Granger. Nearly. I can't say it like her. And then this one. She needs a label. And hole punch. There's this one. There's this one. Big journal card. This one is a journal card, or I could cut it into a tag shape, and this one we did cut as a tag. So there's those. And then we did these 2 Christmas trees. These are German scrap. So that one. And that one. That's a journal card. And then we did these tags, which were German scrap. Going off screen. And then we did this one, which was German scrap. And this one, which was German scrap. And I never went back and did angels, but there is some angel ones we could do too. Peach pies from scratch. Ooh, wonderful. That is wonderful. Okay, so we have been live now for 4 hours and 15 minutes, and we did all of these, which are basically done, but we have this many more bases that are prepped, ready to go with coffee dye on the back and everything. So they literally just need focal points, labels, inked around, done. So we're ready to go. Like, we have a lot of pockets in here. We have journal cards. We have tags. For collage, if you're doing one journal, for collage masterboards, you're way overdone. Like, you don't need all of this. If you're doing 3 journals, this is probably good for 3 journals or 4 journals or maybe 5 or 6 journals. You have a lot there, right? There's a lot. So that's good for collage masterboards for right now. The only time now I will go back and make collage masterboards is if I want something specific, either a size of a pocket, a shape of a pocket or tag or journal card or something like that. Or if I decorate a certain journal a certain way and I want something that's a little more specific to that, then I would go back and change, and make another masterboard or something. But for now, these can just stay in the unfinished ephemera bin, the Christmas unfinished ephemera bin. And as I need stuff or as I find focal points, I can decorate them. These ones back here in the back, these ones and these Santas up here, these are all going in specific journals that I have not told you guys about yet. These ones here are going to go in the Christmas journal, junk journal kit that I just kind of showed you guys part of the other day. That's what these style of German scrap ones, and the ladies are going in those journals. So lots of journals in progress. And I have a million other things in progress. So I will be very, very busy crafting when I am not selling. However, we still have 4 weeks of sales, at least. It just depends. So anyway, in total, that is a massive amount. It's at least 60 pieces, I'm telling you. It's a lot of pieces. That's a lot. Okay, so I'm going to have to squish these down because they're really bumpy. Let me flip this. Yes, I have them now, and I had them just recently. I'm pretty sure you got them from me, did you not? I had them just recently. Either they came the week before you were here because you are fairly new, or you got them. I have some sitting right here in front of me that were left over. Let me flip the camera. Well, if I'm not flipping these, this is what you're talking about, right? This guy, these. I'm pretty sure you got some of these. I'm pretty sure they were in the sale where you first came here. The very first sale you shopped. But these are the French fashion, French magazines. They have fashion. They have other, obviously, pictures, illustrations in them. They have ads in them. Is this what you're talking about? I'm not flipping through all of the whole thing, but this is a big poster in here. It's a super big poster. That kind of a thing. You could put one made by a Kate tag in each kit. Very funny. Do you know how long that would take to make like 50 of them though? Like, I wouldn't mind it, honestly. I wouldn't, but it would just be time. Now, maybe if I did like something where I had some time off and then I could craft and accomplish that. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I ruined something. Hang on, I gotta fix something. I hate it when I ruin my own things. Just tore a piece of paper that I was not intending on tearing. All right, super close up. There I am. So I just made some, but like, you know, you need a lot to finish journals, as you just saw. So I'm going to have a couple time. Oh, sorry about that. That was live. I'm gonna have some time off. You guys know, you do, you get it. So I'm going to have some time off, but I have to catch up on other projects in order to kind of have everything ready for the first of the year. So it's not really like time off, it's just time away from actually selling because of the shipping thing. Are we talking about the same thing, Ria? Or are you teasing me? Anyway, Jenny, was that the magazine you were asking about? Um, Anybody else have any questions or anything going on before we say our goodbyes? Teasing. Okay. I was like, I don't know. Did I say something else? I don't know. My fingers are so full of glue, they're actually gross. Um, so yeah, there's that. So I'll be here on Tuesday. We'll sell something. I don't know what. It's probably maybe going to be Italian paper, only because if it's Italian paper, it will have to be something else and Italian paper. It can't just be Italian paper on Tuesday. If it is Italian paper and something else, you guys will have to let me know if you want me to ship your total purchase in two separate packages, or if you want me to ship the Italian paper that can be rolled up and shipped, and then whatever else is sold with Italian paper in a separate shipment, or hold it until the next week, which would be my preference, to hold it. That way I'm not having to charge you two shipping charges when you're going to shop the next week and get another one. Does that make sense to you? I will absolutely check it. Do you want me to check it right now? I won't say anything right now, but let me check it. Oh, wow. My daughter sent me a message. Kendall. I'll respond to you right now, Kendall, so you're not waiting. I don't know what I was saying. So just, I don't know. We'll have to figure out Tuesday, but I'll be here. Same time on Tuesday. It'll be 6. No, I will, because otherwise I'll forget. It'll be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesday that I will be here. If you do not see tracking number until Tuesday, or invoice till Tuesday, do not freak out. As I told you, because I lost time because I was dealing with my car issue. I am a little bit behind of where I thought I would be at this point. I am going to work all day tomorrow, except for when I have my hair done, but I can work later in the day, and Sunday and Monday. So hopefully I get it done before Tuesday, but I'm not doing anything else. I'm just trying to get caught up with that, and hopefully can have something for you guys on Tuesday that is exciting. I don't know what, but something. I have a million things. It's just, what do I put with what, and what do you guys want? Like, what are you ready for? Because sometimes we do, I know we just did Italian paper, but if I don't do it now, it'll get too close to Christmas by the time mail is delivering to you, because mail is still taking like 10 days or longer. And it'll be like the end of November into like the first week of December. So I just want to make sure we get, if people are wanting things for Christmas, we get it now rather than waiting till it's like borderline too late. So, yeah. Anyway, anybody else have anything before we say our goodbyes? I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me all the time on Fridays. I do want to say that it has been really a lot of fun just crafting with my friends virtually. I hope in the future we can do one of the Zoom kind of things. StreamYard has a thing that's sort of like Zoom that we could do. That's what my plan was, to try that anyway. So that was supposed to be our slumber party. We'll still do a slumber party. I don't know when we'll do a slumber party, but we're going to do a slumber party. But we will do it. And then we can all kind of hang out and see what each other's doing, and see the faces that go with the chat. Because unless you have your picture as your thing, people don't see your face that goes with chat, right? Some people don't want to show their face, and that's fine too. There's a lot of shy crafters who just like, you know, maybe they make videos, but they don't ever show their face, or maybe they don't do either because they don't want to do that, right? So it's not a requirement. It'll only be on camera for people who want to be on camera. And